Hello? Hello? Second floor lo unnara? Okay, good. బోర్డు ఉంది అది బయట మీకు కనిపిస్తుంది సెకండ్ ఫ్లోర్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత మీకు కనిపిస్తుంది. ఓకే, so everyone is back. इधर बैठ जाओ. Can you come forward, please? रेहान अभी बैठो, आप इधर बैठिए. ठीक. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Khalil Ahmed. I am the director of Sona Network. I am lucky enough that my company has assigned me to give a start to this program and conduct the show for a day long. Which means obviously you have to bear with me for hours and hours, because I will appear on and off, but I will make sure that it goes smoothly. I will not bore you much and bother you also. Having said that, on behalf of the Sona Networks, I welcome you all to this program titled Training Workshop on Cyber Security. I am really delighted to see you together here, and really, honestly speaking, it's a wonderful moment to be captured. What we have planned for you for a day is that we will have a 2 session. In the morning session, followed by my opening notes, we will have a privilege and our honor in hearing our few words from our MD and so the CEO of Mr. Mujib. And then we have our distinguished speakers, veteran speakers from HP. There will be around 4 gentlemen who will deliver their talks and also share their professional thoughts also with you. Obviously, I know that by that time when you hear me and our CEO and the 4 gentlemen, you get restless and tired. So obviously, we will arrange a lunch for you to enjoy the food. In the post-lunch session, we have planned in such a way that our first speaker will be Mr. Purushottam. He is the director at the Sona Networks, a long associate of our CEO. He will also shed light on the company profile, highlighting activities and achievements. Probably he'll cover about half an hour talks. And then we have a distinguished speaker from cybersecurity and other companies. There will be about 2 speakers. They will also talk in the post-lunch session. And then we'll have a small break for a change, for a tea, something. And then final session will be our certificate distribution ceremony, and our CEO, MD Mujib, will distribute the certificate to the participants as an encouragement. This is what we have planned for you for a day. it's your takeoff now. It's your takeoff now. What we are aiming from you, that when you return, when you go from here, your knowledge should be enhanced. And your thrust for learning skill, upgrading yourself, will continue to grow and prosper. And second thing, which we really hope, and this is what our CEO vision is, that we want this event or program is turned out to be a role play and a practical one and activity driven to enable the participants to learn and upskill themselves. So this is what I wanted to share my thoughts with you, and I'm sure you will have a good fun, enjoy, and obviously you will also learn a lot of things also. Now, moving back to the second segment, and before I invite our the so-called the first speaker of the day, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Mujib, who is the CEO and MD of the company. I would like to say a few words about him, if you allow me. Mr. Mujib is a self-built businessman who built his business empire over decades. It's spread from India to Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. His vision is to have a global presence in the market, particularly explore in an unexplored market. He is born and breathed in technology, and his passion is that he wants to learn, share, and transfer technology. So please, I would like to now have the privilege inviting our first speaker of the day, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Mujib, and please give a big round of applause to Mr. Mujib.
Thank you, Mr. Khalil. Thank you so much telling about me. It's a pleasure, it's an honor. I thank everyone, all of your presence. Before starting, I just want to tell a few words. A very warm welcome to everyone present here and those who are yet to join us. And it is a big event for us, basically. The program is shaped in such a way to attract enthusiasm and interest. So I trust it should be fascinating and informative. Looking at your participation, we are of course very pleased. And also, let me share with you that we have put a lot of efforts for this particular event and passion in this particular program. I personally feel and believe that a platform wherein knowledge and technology is shared and transferred is obviously a bigger and valuable than any other platform. We at Sona Networks always bring the technology to your doorstep for the growth of our business and its prosperity. So my dear guests, carry on and have a good day. And I would like to invite from HP, Mr. Benny. He is an area sales manager, Telangana and Andhra. And Mr. Shiva Prasad, he is a compute specialist from HP. So, you will take over, Mr. Benny. Mr. Shiva will take over. Thank you so much.
So, very good morning to everyone. So, sorry for the slight delay. And pleasure to see you all in the gracious event. I would like to thank you, Mr. Mujib and team, for inviting us to be part of this cybersecurity training workshop. So myself is Shiva Prasad. I am the product specialist for the compute business for AP and Telangana, looking after the portfolio of servers at Hewlett Packard Enterprise. So, just before starting up this session, this quick thought popped up in my mind. Did anyone thought the event is about cyber security training and workshop and firewall configuration? So what is the role of HP? And anyone have idea what HP does actually? So you have come across many products of HP. What products HP offers? So HP is basically into servers, right? We deal with servers, storage, predominantly servers, storage, backup and recovery. So what exactly the event is of cyber security. The point what we are trying to convey here is today cyber security is a challenge, is a task. Earlier it was only restricted to firewall level security, endpoint security, and your any DLP solutions if you are on cloud security, web security or application security. Now if you look at your personal mobile, we all have our entire life history on personal mobile, Aadhaar card, health report, everything. So you can imagine how cyber security of utmost importance. All the processing, while the processing is happening at the edge, your core processing at the data center is your server. That's where the role of HP comes into the picture, because end of the day, whatever you do, you order your food on Swiggy, you pay your LIC insurance premium, you pay your car insurance premium, you pay anything, you book your flight ticket, you book your railway ticket, you book your bus ticket, you attend an event in the restaurant or a cafe, everything is processing at the server. The whole information has been processing at the server. So earlier companies used to protect on the firewall level. So what we thought is that level has been completely crossed, and now only firewall endpoint protection is not at all sufficient to protect your data, because data is exploding everywhere, right? If you per every second petabytes and zettabytes of data is leaking or even generating across the world in various forms. It may be anything, YouTube Shorts, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, lakhs of comments, lakhs of videos, thousands of videos and shoots happening across the world. So with this, there is a big challenge. So hence what we thought is that we would like to showcase how exactly HP plays our role in terms of securing your entire compute infrastructure. So this is the agenda. Firstly, we would like to go to the basic market trends, what is happening in the cyber security, and then the HP role of compute security, additional HP value we are getting by using our products and services, and then the next steps. So headlines, as like news headlines goes, for every second, everywhere across the globe, this will keep on continuing. I have just taken out the global report. You take everywhere across the world, everywhere across the geography, cyber security hacks are happening for every second, every minute, every day, every week, every year. You cannot avoid that. If you look at, for every fortnight, we'll come across in the headlines in Google Update or any news channel that recently, if you look at AIMS hospital, servers have been hacked and all the services has been down. If you can observe recently, a week or maybe 10 days ago, all the services, HNS, patient management software, insurance claims, everything has been halted for two days because the AIMS servers are completely hacked at the NIC, Delhi. And the other day, 2 months ago, if you look at Air India, customer data for the past 10 years have been leaked. When I say customer data, it's not about username and password, it's about the credit card and passwords. That means once your credit card details are leaked, your life is lost. You can get it to zero, you can go back 20 years negatively, because end of the day, all your financial credentials are linked to the credit card. So these are a list of events like, Colonial Pipeline confirmed that, it paid some 4.5 million, it may be around 30 crores. SolarWinds used in hacking with Russians as their expertise in hackers. Catastrophic, this list goes on. I have just collected the global cyber attacks. In India, we don't need to go to global cyber attacks. In India, in Hyderabad, every day you might be reporting that Hyderabad cyber security, people will lose 50,000 rupees to cybercrime, 10 lakhs through OLX scams or quicker scams. So with this trajectory of events, there is a huge monetary loss. It's not only about the IT effort, there is a huge monetary loss in terms of billions of dollars, because end of the day, once the cyber security attack has happened, in order to remediate, some third party expertise agency should come and solve the problem. Where the attack has happened, why the attack has happened, what are the remediations, not to repeat the same problem. So these are the some statistics like, $10.5 trillion worth cybercrime to be reached by 2025. You can imagine $10.5 trillion. I mean, I can say put together maybe China's, India's, and UK's economy actually put together. Is it the budget? GDP of the three countries, top three GDP of the countries. You can imagine cyber crime value and the worth which a company is going to incur. As ransomware, as you know, it has again shaken the world in 2016 or 17. The damage what companies have incurred by attack of ransomware. Many companies have shut down their operations because, end of the day, IT is running the business. It's not like earlier IT, just, IT is enabler. Now IT is running the business. If IT is stopped, your business is completely stopped. Again, 52% breaches involve hacking, ransomware, and organizations have, 80% cyber as a top 5 concern. Next. So voice of our customers. So this goes again in English. 56% of executives says the response to security is a reactive. That means you are reacting to an attack. Once the attack has happened, your approach is reactive. What has happened, where it has happened, how it has happened. But your approach is not proactive, how to remediate or how to prevent that attack. And then, 3.7 budget is on security mainly, like, you look at firewalls, upgrading the firewalls, investing on the endpoint securities, antivirus, DLPs and other stuff. And the statics goes on. So in order to avoid and cumbersome the attacks of the cyber security, so every government has got it regulatory and compliances, because we are living in the compliance world. So everything is audited, right? Be it any industry, retail, automobile, healthcare, insurance, hospitality, IT, everything is regulated and compliant. So these are the compliance which have been institutions and formed. First one, HIPAA. HIPAA is basically your health insurance. Health insurance and all health related compliance. It may be your third party claim insurance providers, hospital related data, because once the patient enters into the corporate hospital, what are the diagnostics reports, when he has entered, all the EMR reports to be prescribed and saved for the next 10 years. Because that's been as per the health records to be there. PCI DSS, even if you have a cup of tea, we are just paying you through GPay. Billions and billions of transactions are happening only in India. Just imagine across the world because of the advent of UPIs and then phone pays and all UPI basically, Unified Payment Interface, monitored by RBI. NERC, which is basically not related to India, North American Electrical Reliability Corporation, basically related to all your electric and other allied organization and institutions. Fourth one, defense. This is again a Defense Federal Association, basically related to defense. And GDPR, General Data Protection and Resolution. This is basically protecting your general data, anything in the company, specifically to pharma. So these are the compliances where governments have been launched to curb the cyber security attacks. Some rest is US executive, where we are not worried about. So we just covered the market trends. Now coming to HP, what is the role of HP in securing your data center infrastructure? As I said earlier, cyber security for us was only firewall, endpoint security. If you have any cloud workloads, cloud security, application security, web security. Now that is mandatory. Anyways, you need to maintain that, manage that to run your company and run your business. Apart from that, cyber security, as I said, it relies in your data center compute infrastructure, because everything is processed at the compute. Later gets into the network, because once it processes at the server and then gets into your firewall and then your router, and then it gets out of your network and LAN and WAN, right? So that's where HP plays a crucial role. Well, just run out this diagram. So hope everyone is seeing this diagram, right? Till TPM SED drives, UEFI BIOS firmware, processor, silicon root of trust, secure supply chain. Let us assume this entire stack as a hardware server. Hope you are all familiar with this technical jargons. Basically, server has got processor, you have a UEFI firmware, and then you got storage controllers, drives, and then other memory, trusted platform modules for your entire processor. So coming out to this application platform operating system, you take care of all things, right? Like managing your endpoint protection, firewall, running the policies and everything. So here what happens? There is a concept called silicon root of trust from HPE. So have you ever heard of silicon root of trust or firmware tampering? So I'll just give a basic idea of firmware tampering. So hackers are using firmware as a soft target to enter into your network, because your firewall is protected, I cannot hack. Your endpoints are protected, I cannot hack. Your cloud infrastructure is protected, I cannot hack. What is left out? Because if it is protected, how can I enter? There is no option for us. So what hackers have done is that they have started targeting firmware, tampering the firmware. What they do basically, they insert a malicious code in the firmware. The moment your server boots up, generally server boots up right before application starts, or runtime firmware verification, server boots up, they insert a malicious content. It may be through any USB drives. You can insert it through a remote Wi-Fi devices or Bluetooth devices. It's no need to any physical intervention or physical to be present at the data center premises. So they will insert that into that. The moment server boots up, your malicious code is compromised by your firmware. That means hacker will get authenticity and all the the passcodes, everything at your OS level. The moment he gets into the OS, that means your network is completely compromised. He will get the access to your application layer, a web layer, database layer. So what we are doing, silicon root of trust from HPE, the moment you boot up the server, there is a fingerprint embedded in our ILO. Does any of you aware about ILO? HPE ILO? It is basically an IPMI tool to manage, configure, monitor your servers remote. Yes. So there is a fingerprint chip embedded into the ILO 5. So what happens, the moment server boots up, the firmware in HPE will check out for the fingerprint to handshake in the ILO 5 chip. For example, yes, this is my fingerprint, XYZ fingerprint. This XYZ fingerprint of firmware should be matched with the XYZ fingerprint of ILO 5. If it is matched X to X, Y to Y, Z to Z, then only says, yes boss, this is authentic, login, you can straight away go proceed boot and then proceed for the next process. For example, XYZ is mismatched with ABC. That means my fingerprint of firmware is not compatible with the ILO 5 chip. That means some malicious code has been entered. So this is where I was talking about the cyber security at the hardware level. There is no discussion of firewall, there is no discussion of endpoint security, there is no discussion of IDM solution or email security, anything. It's a discussion of, because the information is processing at server end. So it is protecting at the hardware level. Basically server is protected. That means your entire network, obviously you will have all the cyber security policies in place. You have a 360 degrees protection of your network. So once this handshake is not done, it will say that boss, there is some malicious code, just trigger an alarm to the IT guy. So once this attack has happened, there are three options for you. One is you roll back to the latest, you roll back to the previous good known state of firmware. That is one option. Second, restore your factory settings. That is one option. Third, we cannot live like it, right? Today it has happened. Tomorrow it may repeat. Day after tomorrow you completely data center may be down. So you can hand over the same cyber security attacked firmware to your IT team. You quarantine that and do cyber forensics for the later cyber security audits. How it has happened, when it has happened, who has done, is there any internal threat, employee has been leaking the data or something. These are the three options where you can go back. This is only unique to HPE. There is no other OEM which can offer any industry. So you might think, technology has been evolving, there are many other players in the market, why only HPE? The reason is simple, HPE codes its own firmware and it runs its silicon chip. Whereas other OEMs, what they will do, they will outsource their code of firmware to other third-party vendors, basically. Code of firmware, we make sure that it is intact, it is protected, starting from the manufacturing. Hence, that is the reason if you can say, you can see last one, secure supply. I am talking about in the data center production environment. Just imagine before you purchase a server, what is the process? You release a PO to us, it will get into, load into the internal SAP, and then it will be manufactured, chassis will be manufactured at the factory. We will order from processor, memory, RPS, DIM slots, and then HDDs everywhere. So there is a threat of the external suppliers as well. I manufacture chassis because another server is an assembly of all components, right? What if a processor guy will embed in some malicious rootkit? What if the memory guy from Samsung, Hynix, Micron want to track my data and then root that? So that is where we say our supply chain is also secure. This cyber security not comes only into the data center production environment. It starts when the server starts manufacturing in the plant. With the supply chain, we're coordinating with all the vendors. And not only manufacturing, after manufacturing, it is going to transit, right? On the way, it will go into the transit. We don't have any control. Each and every activity, each and every log, each and every activity has been monitored in the transit till it delivers to a data center environment in production. And then rest our friends Tejasvi and Pawan will cover how exactly it is protected further at the processor level. Look at the cyber security penetration. We were earlier talking about firewall, endpoint security. We were talking about security at the hardware server level. And now further we are going to talk server security at the processor level. Server protection has been done at the firmware, but still we are talking about the protecting your data at the processor level. So cyber security, it's an ever-changing target. So if there is a task assigned to you, by repeating the task, you can master that. Cyber security is always out of syllabus. You cannot answer a question which is out of syllabus. Today it has happened, even nowadays non-IP devices are getting hacked, like printers, SCADA systems. You don't have any control, right? You cannot master all the skills, right? End of the day, we are human beings. I need to upgrade. When I will upgrade, any new concept comes into the market. When new concept comes, new hack comes. So this is how our role comes into the picture. So rest are all you can correlate, right? So secure supply chain, as I said, the moment server gets manufactured or gets into the plant production from transit reaching your data center. Secondly, silicon root of trust. Once this process has happened, you just kickstart your project firmware, and this is a runtime firmware verification. It is not when the server gets boot. It will keep on verifying your firmware. It's a runtime. That means even your production 24/7 will look for EFI, BIOS, system logical program device, all the innovation engine backend it runs. So there it is 24/7 security. If I run only when the server boots up, it is maybe once in a blue moon activity, right? So we will do it runtime, 24/7, 365 days for you, so that you are completely protected. So rest all, OS level, platform level, application level, you configure all firewall policies, network policies, SD-WAN, whatever XYZ you do in the day-to-day activities. So this is the one. Ultimate firmware protection, it is ultimate. As I said, runtime firmware protection, it runs, completely 24/7. It's a cycling process. Runtime attack detection, as I said, the moment it is detected, there are three options: restore to factory settings, quarantine that, and then you can roll back to the last known good state of firmware. Potential behavior risk, we have a tool called artificial intelligence tool called HP InfoSight, which is basically artificial intelligence tool. For example, you browse across, last time you ordered your favorite food. Next, the engine throws away offer related to the same food. And so that it will tempt you and, user recommendations basically. The same way, suppose XYZ attack has happened in some other customer at some other country, the same remediations or the same recommendations would be thrown to you so that you are protected. Because there might be probability of happening this event, just make sure that you update this firmware or to the latest hypervisor so that this attack may be prevented. Because as is happened in the same industry, maybe automobile industry, some other country from Europe or Germany, some Audi showroom might have been updated, some latest on the VMware. It will take a recommendation because you're running the same application, you're running the same hypervisor, you're running the same infrastructure, you're using the same HP infra and AMD platform. So rest are regulate compliance, GDPR, HIPAA, PCI DSS. And end of life, once server is been used, warranty is out, we can just simply crypto erase the data by removing all the passwords from the root so that your server is completely safe. There is no other third party or a second guy can explore or, what do you call, hack the data from the existing system. So as I said, this is 360-degree security because I am, since the inception of the manufacturing of the server, transit, production, go live and retiring your asset or your infrastructure. Supply chain, all the process, manufacturing, transit, coordinating with all the vendors for manufacturing, silicon, digital footprint as I said, detection, automated recovery, retirement. This is the entire 360-degree security what we offer you from the HP perspective in terms of securing your compute infrastructure at the DC level. So this is just a brief gist how exactly the trajectory of manufacturing happens once you order the system. You go into design validation and then sourcing all the components like processor, memory, DIMM from other vendors, and then building at your factory, all the integrating chassis components into the system, and then fulfillment as per the bill of material, what is the processor for the subcomponents ordered, and then distribution gets out of the factory, get to our distribution network, and then sustainment and operations, run through all the operations, say quality analysis and automation, and then disposal. So it will be delivered at your doorstep. And then once the server is retired, go for debt. Server configuration, like I think. So hope any queries. I mean, I've been monologue for past 10 to 15 minutes. Hope you have got the concept of what exactly HP is adding value addition. Any queries from your end?
Primary is an updating time.
Yes.
Somebody it's in done, it's in Malaysia. Some code is in inside. So I said, how is it in secure?
Okay. See, that is what, as I said, the concept is runtime firmware verification. It is not one time, it is runtime. Runtime in a sense, it's in the production, right? Suppose your application is running 24/7, that means my firmware keep on checking up with the handshake of the fingerprint on ILO 5 chip and my firmware. It will keep on handshakes. It won't handshake and leave. It will keep on handshake. It's a runtime firmware value. I will look out of UEFI, BIOS, system logical device, and the innovation engine, it keeps on checking. It's a runtime firmware protection. The moment, for example, I insert any malicious code, firmware mismatch will happen, right?
I'm telling you, by the firmware also we are updating. Some updating time, handshake it won't happen.
No, it will happen. That's what I'm telling you. Back-end runtime firmware verification will happen continuously. It's a continuous process. Firmware updation, that's what. If any malicious code is inserted, the moment it inserts, it will run a millions of lines of code. Suppose, I mean, if I'm gonna hit you, suddenly if any abstraction comes, what happens, it will go blank, right? You cannot respond to it because it's a shock to you. In other way, even though it's a system human, if I run a millions of line of code, how can the hacker understand that? The moment a code inserts, HP system will run millions of lines of code. To understand that lines of code, you will require at least some 5 to 10 minutes, minimum. Even though you are a world-class hacker or maybe an expertise hacker, he needs some time to understand the code, right? Till then I will set right. And then it's again 3 options. Roll back to the last good known state of firmware. You should restore the factory settings. Or then, if you are a very cybersecurity centric organization, what has happened, how it has happened, any compliance like pharma, banking, insurance, you quarantine that and then you put your cyber forensic team and do the analysis. So that is where this is very good question actually. Generally what happens, other solutions or other OEMs, it's only one time firmware validation once you boots up. So we need runtime completely. It keeps on doing. That's the reason we mentioned 360-degree security for your entire compute infrastructure. So this is one. 3 steps. First one, HPILO settings, that's what. So factory settings, look at the third point. Customer options, first is to restore the factory settings. If any compromise code is happened, restore the factory settings. Secondly, last known good state. Third one, halt and wait. So hope it has got covered you, right? So generally what we observe is that, organizations are only focusing at the front end, defending their front end security. It's a traditional way, right? Any IT company, any CIO, any IT head, once the network is set up, you will set up the switching, wireless, security as usually firewall, and then protecting your endpoint. But 90% of the clients won't focus on securing their data center. That's where the main point comes, right? Because it is a eruption of my data. My data is producing there. People mostly forget because ransomware attack has happened from there. Because why will the hacker come when your firewall is protected? I have a SonyQual, I have a Sophos, I have Cisco or a Palo Alto. If firewall is there, how will the hacker enter? You won't even look out that. If your house is locked, burglar won't enter, right? He may enter into some back door, he may break your wall. So that's where the always looks. You won't enter because maybe security guard is in action in the front side. So any queries from your side further or any further clarifications to be done further? See, you need to have ILO 5.0 and above. You have ILO, right? You know ILO, HP ILO, integrated lights out. 5.0 and above. And one very, very important feature you might be thinking, we are all talking about securing your data center infrastructure, runtime firmware verification, silicon root of trust. And one unique feature what we are offering, it is absolutely free of cost. We are not charging anything for that. It will come by default with the server. That is the beauty of our offering. And even though if you are buying a small rack server, ML series, ML350, ML110, two composable infra high-end synergy chassis, DL360, 380, 365, 325, 560, 5 will come along with all servers of HP. We are not commercializing that you buy this server and only silicon root of trust is enabled in this server. It is not that. You are buying a HP server, by default silicon root of trust comes along with that, activate ILO amplifier pack 5.0 above that, and you are good to go with silicon root of trust. It comes by default along with all the servers. You don't need to pay any extra penny for that. That is the USP, because you know, right, cybersecurity means you all need to shell out the money. You put firewall, you put endpoint security, you put email security, web security, cloud security, whatever security comes, it comes with a penny. It's not free of cost. The beauty is we will offer you free of cost and across all the portfolio of servers. That is the beauty. Rack server, tower server, composable infra, blade infra, and your anything. So that even a small customer, small retail customer who is, for example, if you're using some metro station, small tower server, is protected. Because cybersecurity attacks are prone to attack. Today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, you just need to wait for the day. Because we are always prone to attack. So this is just a brief portfolio of HP offerings in terms of a service. We talk about servers, right? So protecting silicon root of a server. What are the servers? These are the list of servers from HP along with AMD. So for the basically SMB mid-market and the high-end enterprise for IT, ITS. And then we have till supercomputing, where giants like you, Hyundai, Audi, Volkswagen, and then Fiat, Daimler, Chrysler, all these automobile giants use for simulation, crash analysis, and then designing their car design, CAD/CAM simulations. So basically we talk about SMB and mid-market. These are the two versatile servers when it comes to market reach, penetration, and then sell-through. First is the DL325. It is offered with the last digit 5. When there is 5, it indicates that AMD offering. We have offerings around Intel and AMD. We will cover how your infrastructure is further secured with HP plus AMD. Our folks will cover. So first is 325, DL325. So the difference is DL325 is basically 1 new rack form factor. It is a dual socket server. It can accommodate 2 processors and then up to 4 TB memory, and then one new rack form factor. Basically for your compact workloads. If you have any lightweight workloads, not high dense, high-end compute intensive workloads, for basic workloads, and you can put up to 128 physical cores across 2 sockets. Each socket can accommodate 64 cores. That is the beauty of the product. Predominantly, you can straight away go with, if you want a save your carbon footprints, reduce your power consumption, cooling. This is the versatile product for your workloads. Secondly, DL385 Zen 10 Plus. The difference is 385 is basically, you can see the dimensions also. It is little thin. It is indicates 1 year rack form factor. Thicker, it indicates 2 year rack form factor. The rest are all same in terms of the hard disk and other stuff. You can add up to 24 hard disk in that. 24 SFF and 12 LFF. And 345 is basically for your storage, like, if you have any CCTV surveillance, where you get, terabytes of data generated for audit purpose across your showrooms, across your retail shops, where it is mandatory for you to, for it compliance, you need to maintain the data. Maybe across anywhere. Hospitals, you have hotels, everywhere. You generate terabytes of data, right? Because today we are using 4K resolution cameras. Days are gone where you use VGA cameras. I need to look at what I'm carrying in my pocket, or what I'm connected to my pocket, because of the many security issues or any compliances from the government. So this is 345 is basically for high-end storage workloads. 365 it's again 325 is single socket. 365 is basically two sockets processor server. So rest are all, I hope your OEMs will use, like Hyundai, Audi, Volkswagen, other companies will use for your simulation. These are basically supercomputers for car design, crash analysis, how the flight simulations are done, basically for your R&D, like defense, research, automobile, aerospace, astrology, sort of customers will be using this. This is our offering in terms of the servers. And by default, every server what you are seeing will get silicon root of trust. We don't restrict at all. You buy any server from HP, by default you are secured, you are 360 degrees secured at your data center infrastructure hardware level, till your processor, till your all the components of the hardware. So that's it from my end. Any queries or? So hope this makes sense, right? Because the reason why we are coming, thanks for Mujib again, because cyber security is all about, you talk about firewalls every time, endpoint securities, how you configure your policies, push your policies, how you update, what are the DLPs, anti-malware protections you use, but this is very, very critical. Mostly people ignore, knowingly or unknowingly, but yes, this is a fact. This needs to be protected, because or else you are prone to attacks. There is no doubt at all, if not today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, you don't know when a cyber security attack comes. It's like, proactively protecting your entire data center infrastructure rather than reacting once a cyber security attack happens in your premises. That's where the value comes from HP in terms of securing your data center infrastructure. So now over to my friend Mr. Tejasvi, who is a server specialist. He will cover, I have covered server security. He will cover how you can further secure a data center infrastructure at the processor level, because again, server, processor is the core, right? All the data is processed there. So he will cover how exactly it protects. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shiva. So you introduce yourself. Yes, you can start.
Thank you, Mujib. Good morning, everyone. I am Tejasvi. I manage servers for APN Telangana from AMD. Before we get into what I have, that runtime question, so I think that requires a little bit of more explanation. So when it comes to the runtime firmware, what happens in case of ILO is ILO has certain hash keys that are embedded, that are present on the chip itself. So when a third-party manufacturer manufactures his device, that device also carries the hash keys. So when these two tally, only then the system recognizes that particular machine, that particular third-party device. Unless the hash keys tally, the operating system or the entire server is not exposed to that device. Yeah. And so is this generally true for every device? Because there are certain devices which will not carry these hash keys, right? So at that point in time, what happens is you have the option to enable them, provided you trust that device. So that's how it works. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So just let me take you through the fourth generation EPIC family. So we are now on the fourth generation. We started off the server series in 2017 with the Naples series code name. Then fourth generation we are on Genova. Genova is as of now available today. We have the socket leadership, we have per core performance leadership in this market with 96 cores per socket. That is the maximum possible number of cores on a single socket. And of course, we are coming up with Bergamo Genova X in first half of 2023. This will be like, this will be launched maybe by February. You will see these processors. So Bergamo will have 128 cores in a single socket. And Genova X is for the finite element analysis. You have higher cache here. The L3 cache will be like 384 MB and 768 MB on the latest generation. So as of now, we have Milan X, which is at 384 MB, and on Genova X, we will see L3 cache of 768 MB. And Sona processor is for your intelligent edge, the telco networks. That will be available in second half of 2023. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So as I was saying, up to 96 cores. We have 5 nanometer per core and yeah, so leadership in socket and per core performance. 12 channel DDR5 memory and 160 lanes, up to 160 lanes of PCIe. So with CXL, which is the Compute Express Link. Compute Express Link is a new technology that is actually shaping a lot of devices. Now, we have seen what has happened in the IT industry is that the CPU to CPU communication, CPU to the memory communication, and the CPU to device communication, these three aspects were never really focused, and everyone had their own protocols for addressing the communication between the subsystems. So now with CXL, CXL is a consortium. They have come up with a common protocol for all the devices, and that particular feature now helps you to grow your memory devices and scale beyond the actual traditional memory RAM modules that you have. For example, with Genova, we have 12 DIMM slots which can go up to 6 TB, but if you have a CXL device, you can actually configure a NUMA node which will basically map it to whatever memory expansion you can have on the PCIe slots. You can scale it to 8 TB, 12 TB, up to as per your requirement. Then just imagine the same thing happening on the GPU, because GPU also will reside on the PCIe lane, which is again part of CXL. So you can share the GPU memory also. You can expand the GPU memory just by scaling the memory devices on the PCIe slots. And then, yeah, mainly confidential computing, the topic that we are talking about, the cyber security. That particular topic I will cover at length, but just to start off on what AMD has done from 2017, we have basically dedicated ourselves to enhance the security ability of the processor. So when it comes to the SME, when we launched Naples, SME is a technology which encrypts the memory. So at hardware level, if you are having a cold attack or something, where the CPU RAM modules are freezed with the with some kind of a cyber attack, then whatever data that is residing on the memory modules also is encrypted. So nobody actually can decode what it is. So this was back in 2017. Then after that, from SME, that is secure memory encryption, we have moved to SEV. SEV is secure encrypted virtualization. So the VM memory is also encrypted now. not just the physical hardware memory, we are also encrypting the memory on the virtual layer. Then comes your secure nested paging. Nested paging is another technology where we actually encrypt the CPU registers also to prevent a cold attack and memory replay kind of attacks. These technologies we can discuss further, but yeah, because of the limited time, okay. So I'll just cover what we have now. Then coming to, I don't know. Yeah, also SMP, now we can encrypt up to 1006 VM guess. So earlier it was around 509 guess, which we could have unique keys for. Now with the SED SMP, the latest Genoa processor, we can encrypt up to 1006 guess. Yeah, so up to 160 lanes of PCIe 5 on Genoa, 2 times the bandwidth of Genoa, the PCIe Gen 4. Then CXL support, DDR5 memory, and with stronger encryption on the memory now, 256-bit encryption. Yeah, and Infinity Guard. All the features that I was talking about form under the umbrella of Infinity Guard from AMD. So this is the portfolio of the mainstream processors that are available on the Genoa platform. So ranging from 16 cores to 96 cores. And so coming to the benchmarks, we have 300 plus world records in AMD, which are on different parameters, the business applications, data analytics, engineering, digital services, HCI, content apps. So now we see that AMD actually is powering a lot of devices. They are, be it enterprise, HPC, cloud, 5G networks, artificial intelligence, the adaptable intelligence systems, the cars, Teslas, gaming and virtualization, that is 100%, all the gaming consoles. Then we have, of course, client devices on AMD. The point that we are trying to make here is that why there is such adoption of AMD in the market. So whenever we think of business transformation, the idea is to reduce the capex and opex while maintaining sustainability and security. To do that, AMD has innovated all their processors, and the benefits of that we can, I have just showcased to you. Just a typical implementation of AMD processor versus Intel. If you are actually going with Intel 15 servers on the latest flagship of Intel Ice Lake, you would require 15 servers for the same kind of performance to deploy around 2000 VMs versus a 5 server deployment of AMD with the latest 96 core processor. So just to put this into another perspective, up to 67% fewer servers, 52% lesser power, up to 40% of capex reduction and 61% of opex reduction. So while this is good to see, what happens in the OEM side of the story is that they are not able to sell more to you if they are positioning Intel. So, just a small nudge to the HP folks here that while the number of the servers count is coming down, you still are selling a much better product. Let me tell you, just don't look at the server counts, the associated costs. The reduction that you are seeing is coming from your power management, your cooling management, the licenses cost, all that comes down. So just to put a energy efficiency perspective, if there is, just hypothetically, if there are 1 million Intel servers, we would require around 318,000 servers, which is $4.3 billion annual saving on just power. Then 2.2 million tons of CO2 is actually reduced. And this, if we see, if you want to reduce the same amount of CO2 emissions, in case of, if we are to do it through afforestation or something, you would require 2.4 million acres of land. So just a competitive perspective here. So, and how we achieve this kind of performance is Intel is still on 10 nanometer technology, and while we are at 5 nanometer, the CPU die itself is much smaller than Intel, lesser area, 40% lesser area, 48% more efficient power utilization. And these are some of the benchmarks. I am just skipping them. So I understand there are a lot of automobile and retail customers here. So I'll just talk about the SQL Server benchmark. The TPC-H benchmarks are here. And virtualization anyway, we are like 2.8x on virtualization platforms. Oracle Business Queries, SAP SND. So we have a lot of OEMs that are partnering with us, and of course the entire ecosystem of this ISVs. And so how do you migrate? That is the biggest question that everyone has in their mind. So we have created a tool called VAMT, VMware Automated Migration Tool. This is an open source tool from AMD which can help you migrate VMs. So this offers these features. Just and yeah, so mainly you reduce the carbon footprint, your server footprint. The advantages are numerous. So we would urge you to look at AMD as a enabler for your organization. Thank you. Any queries, by the way? Sorry, it's been a monologue.
Any questions related to AMD or with HP, Mr. Shiva?
On cyber security, if you want to know more, we are here. Come and reach out to us.
Any questions? Rajesh? Okay.
This session is productive, right? Related to cyber security, I think something it is new, right? So that's why
On the hardware side, it is very new. I think everyone, first time they have come across this particular session, because till now any hardware, any server without security, cyber security, this is the first time HP has come up with a feature no other server has. Maybe later on they will come up with those things.
So, yeah. So before,
Yes,
I just wanted one point to be noted here that, see, firewall ultimately is a perimeter defense. If there are so many social engineering attacks, so many phishing attacks, which are internal to the organization. So what HP and AMD are collaborating and doing differently is that we are preventing those attacks which are happening inside your organization, intentionally or unintentionally. So that is where the key lies now. Many attacks are now internal rather than external. So we are trying to mitigate that kind of impact on the organizations. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, my question is, compared to Intel processor, AMD processor has more heating issues and the processor a bit slow. Is it a myth or is there any trueness?
So heating issues were a thing of the past. I understand. If you are checking out the latest series on desktops and laptops, Ryzen series,
Fine.
yeah, so that has no heating issue. We are actually on power consumption also. We are a little lower. So like Intel is around 28 watts. We are at 15 watts. So we have brought the power envelope down. Thereby the cooling requirement is also mitigated. So you experience the latest machines is what I would say to that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything, any queries from otherwise?
Sir, it will support to any applications, I mean SAP and everything.
So SAP SD, SAP Business One are supported as of now. Because this is a recent processor, HANA is yet to be certified. It is in the process, yeah.
So you are referring to which SAP?
If you are looking at any particular module, they are mostly certified. If it is HANA, we are in the process of getting it certified.
And it is not that it won't run, so as it is the latest processor, testing and validation is in the process. Soon may be out, maybe another couple of months.
AMD Ryzen.
I think this is the...
No, sir. Actually, like whenever we purchase some hardware like a laptop or desktops, we don't prefer for AMD processor because of the slowness issue. Recently, like last week also, I wanted to for a laptop, so we denied for AMD processor. Is there any solution for speed up the process? Like even the booting also, it's very slow in that.
Maybe, yeah. So I am the server specialist.
Okay.
The question is better suited for.
Sir, when you're going for any laptop or anything, please let us know. Use the product. Let us know. See, heating is a myth. It
It's
happens.
not only about the heating.
Huh.
The working speed itself, the performance-wise.
Performance-wise.
No, I agree with the AMD. It is good for the graphics. The people who use for designing or the PlayStation, it is good. But where we use the application side, it is very slow.
Sir, simple,
The
sir.
performance-wise,
See, if you're taking i3 or i5 or i7, we have a competition. See, if you're taking i7, assume in the Intel, we can compete with R7, which is a lower end processor with us. We have to compare with apple to apple. What is the processor you're looking, what is the application you're going to use? We can compare and we can show you. We can show you directly. See, technology got improved a lot. Previously, as you said, there is a heating issues involved. Now we are completely after Ryzen, our market share got increased. We was beaten in the numbers in Intel also. Let us know with Sona Networks. We'll give you a demo. You can use it. You can deploy the applications and all. You can test and run, you can use for a while, then you can come back.
That will be better. As you said, like a demo, like one laptop in the station.
We encourage you to use the our machine and experience it. Rather telling we have blah 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 and all, we encourage.
That's what. Practically working on one system, that will be better. In any one location, if you provide a laptop with the AMD processor,
Let us know. We'll give you
so day-to-day activity, when we work on that, we will come to know, so that we can prepare that.
Tell me what are the application you are going to use, what is your existing requirement. We'll give you the exact one. You can use it, test it.
And all the security features that we were talking about, SEV, SME, all these are part of the Ryzen series also. So all the desktops and these laptop processors also come with the same features. We don't distinguish in the security. Yeah.
One more point, it's, see, in Intel there is a grading called silver, gold and platinum. We don't grade like that. From basic processor to high-end processor, it was secured a lot. There is no deviation from low-end, high-end and all. It's there from the basics processor.
Like
Like how HP offers silicon root offers for all portfolio servers. It doesn't matter you buy rack server, tower server, JC or any server. Basically server you pick up from HP, it comes by default with silicon root offers. The same goes with AMD. You pick and choose any processor. 64 cores, 16 cores, 8 core, 12 core, 28 cores, 32 cores, 128 cores. Every processor comes by default with SME, secure memory encryption. Other one secure, secure encrypted virtualization, SEV and SME. By default it will come. Whereas coming to Intel, it is pick and choose. Suppose if you are specific about security, you need to choose at SKU, like prefix would be like Y, and if it is a VRAN application, some NFV would be there, NFV functionality. So it is specifically for the use case would be different for specific workload. But whereas with AMD, entire stack is secured with at the memory encryption at the virtualization layer, because end of the day these two are only core, right? You process at the virtualization layer, correlated backend with the memory, and you have a server. So its entire stack would be protected in the data center.
Yeah, and added to that, in case of Intel, you have to actually do some programming to implement these features. While so basically you have to customize your application, lift and shift it again, then actually get those features. In case of AMD, we implement it along with hardware, so you don't. It's a seamless experience for you.
And I think I can see most of you from the automobile industry.
What is the price difference of Intel and AMD? Actually, you are already telling servers. Yes. 17 servers like to 12 servers. The price and the cost. What is the price? Difference? Any difference of AMD?
We cannot give any figure. It is only estimate.
I'm asking for.
There is a price difference. Definitely, delta variation will be there because it's a generic question. It is not specific, because the moment we work on the configuration, we will arrive at a delta price. Okay. That price variation is definitely there because it's a generic question, right? If you ask me how much a car costs, there is no answer for that. You ask me, is it a Swift, Brezza or S-Cross or whatever XYZ, Alto 800 or LXI, VXI, whatever XYZ. Same question goes, but it definitely varies because you are cutting down on the, see, it is holistic actually. You are cutting down the servers, definitely cost will come. Some percentage cost will come, right? You are buying 17 servers, 12 servers. Cost will come down, simple mathematics, 12 versus 17. Secondly, don't look at it on the upfront cost, because let us assume you are using 10 servers, down the line calculate for 5 years. I can tell you the power what you consume for 5 years, you can run 10 villages. Yes. So you are cutting down the footprint, right? That means you are paying per watt, per unit to the government for electricity board. You just calculate that, it will be 100 times. If you are investing some 50 lakhs on servers, trust me, you will spend up in paying 1 crore electricity bill for 3 to 4 years. Managing that. The backend, your entire wattage, power, cooling, BTU to manage the infrastructure completely goes down. It is not only upfront server cost, it is a TCO, we call it as total cost of ownership, what we call. Entire, the holistically at the data center level will be completely cut down. The problem in India is, I'm sorry to say, people are least bothered about this. There is a saying in Telugu, if ant runs away from our leg, we will literally bother. But at the back end, elephants are eating away, we don't bother. So that's the saying. It's a typical Indian mindset. Even I also think sometimes. But only specific cost-centric organizations, they will look at in saving every penny, which is intangible, because it is not tangible, right? We will only look at tangible things, which are visible to us. If I am buying a chair, I am getting 500 rupees versus 2000, I will definitely go for 500 rupees because it is visible to me. But power, cooling, it is not visible to me. We will run tons and tons of generator. End of the day, we talk about sustainability, ecology, eco-friendly, we all talks in the lectures. No one is bothered about the data center. So that's where it comes, you know.
Another point, we have a TCO tool. So you can actually simulate your environment and see what kind of servers, what is the reduction in the number of servers, what is the reduction in power and cost and the cooling, and ultimately arrive at your TCO for 3 years. So there is a tool available, it's on website, you can actually look at that.
Straight answer, yes, There is a lesser
a
price
definite
if you
reduction.
compare to Intel and all. I can't give you the exact number. It's around 5 to 10%. Just for the generic, it's around 5 to 10%. You'll be benefit.
Yeah, that's minimal. Beyond that, you have to go to the QCL's tool and see. Yeah.
I can say it's all depends on the what kind of configuration. It depends what kind of variant you are going for. So every vehicle costs different price.
Sir, from end user point of view, I don't find any difference in from Intel Core i3 processor to AMD Ryzen 3 or Core i5 to Ryzen 5 i7. So how can you show the difference between that AMD Ryzen 5 processor is much better than Intel Core i5 or i7 or difference?
Sir, actually I don't have a slide. I can tell you, see if it was i3 or R3, our core is very high, our cache memory is very high, our clock speed is very high.
Of course, my question is, as a end user, if
what is your experience you are telling, right? See, I can tell you, see, if your user experience, if you are using i3 or R3, if you are using Skype call or Excel, it will be 20-22% better performance when you compare to i3 or R3 or R5. Battery backup, see our nanometer is also very high. If it was Intel, it's on 10 nanometer, we are on 7 nanometer, 5 nanometer. Because of that, your power will get decreased, your battery life will get improved, your performance will improve. We can detailedly go through and we can discuss offlinely, or we can have a session one-to-one.
So like Intel is offering around 10 hours of battery backup, we are offering around 19 hours. So that's the kind of difference that you will see. See, in the same thermal envelope, you are having more transistors. So the advantage is that you basically get a lesser power on the die, on the CPU die. So that leads to higher battery capacities. So,
sir, in each laptop we'll have a TDP, thermal power distribution. What is the powering laptop? Our highest is 15 watts. Intel is 55 watts. They have to pump to improve the performance because of the nanometer.
And they also don't talk about the base clock frequency.
Yes.
Base clock frequency is what you should actually look at. They only talk about turbo boost frequencies. That's not the right measure because turbo boost is achieved maybe once in a 10-minute clock cycle or something. So you should always look at base clock frequencies. AMD always quotes base clock frequencies.
We can have a one-to-one session, sir. Right?
Yeah.
We'll share you.
I mean, further, we'll share the technical details and performance of the processor, what you're asking, in our WhatsApp group. As I said, everyone will get all the details, on WhatsApp group itself.
If required, we'll give you a demo mission. They can test and run
Yeah.
servers and clients, laptops, whatever.
Thank you so much. Any other question?
Thank you very much.
Any questions, please? Security.
Actually, we are from HP Hewlett Packard Enterprise. HPI is a different company. I'm not sure on Silicon Root of for that this thing, because alphabets are same, because it's a general confusion, HPI and HPE. But that company we have divested almost 7 years ago. It has separated. Now HPE, we are only into enterprise grade solutions, data center like servers, storage, composable infra, cloud solutions, backup, recovery, virtualization, containerization, artificial intelligence, machine learning. These are all our enterprise, SAP, these are all our enterprise workloads. HPI is into desktop, printers, plotters, and other consumables basically at the end user level. I'm not sure about that. Maybe there's some security protocol over there, because end of the day, HP, the DNA we add, we always strive to add value to their customers. Yes, that is very critical. I agree. There might be some protocol, because frankly speaking, I don't know. I don't have any idea. So we only at the data center level
I think for HPI, we'll share you the details. Whether they, on the processor, it's supporting or not, we'll share you on. Any questions?
Hope this was little insightful to you, right? And I guess thanks to Mr. Mujib, this is the first event which are correlating to cyber security, frankly speaking, because we generally showcase all our portfolios, SAP workloads, VDI, cloud, containerization, and then virtualization, and then as a service. We focus only on cyber security, this event being only for cyber security. We have given the slot first in the first half, then later with Sony call.
I really thank Mr. Bunny and Mr. Shiva from HPE and Mr. Pawan and Tejaswi from AMD. Thank you. And thank you so much. So I invite from cyber security the second session. Mr. Prasad, Mr. Krishna Kiran and G. Ranjita, they will take up the session on cyber security.
This is Krishna Kiran from CRCADF, Center for Research, Cyber Intelligence and Digital Forensics. Very thanks to Sona Networks and Mujib sir also. Cyber Digital Forensics and Incident Response. We are very perfect in incident response and digital forensics point of view also. We are handling almost 18 to 20 states law enforcement agencies. In Telangana, we are working with Women Safety Wing and Cyberabad Commissionerate, and Andhra Pradesh itself, Vizag Commissionerate, Pondicherry and Bihar. Like that, we are handling in forensics point of view almost 18 states in India. In 18 states, we are giving forensics point of view and brand protection and social media analytics tools. We are working with social media analytics tools. In recent case studies, she will explain later. In recent case studies in Vizag itself, what happened, some of victims, some cyber victim suspects, what they did, they spreaded one Christianity news in social media. Like in auto stand, in auto rickshaw point of view, the Vizag City Police given slips to auto wallas and passengers, whatever the passengers, they have given slips to passengers with the Christianity point of view. We are going to, she will show what are the real case study. We will show the case studies and brand protection point of view also. We are very expertise and we will provide the our key services is CRCADF key services is cyber technology and research development and cyber capacity buildings. Wherever you need, we will provide the buildings and provide the SOPs and provide the techniques to prevent techniques and prevention techniques and forensics points of view we will help. And cyber frauds investigation and detection. Almost we are doing almost in 18 states, we are doing that activities. In Cyberabad Commissionerate also, we are doing regularly. Recently we are handling KTR or KCR, whatever political point of view, we are doing the forensics, and regular, whatever the cases we are dealing, regularly we are dealing with loan whatever phishing calls, smishing frauds, whatever, every forensics point of view we will handle. And recently some case handled by our team, Anasuya. Almost everybody knows the senior actor Anasuya. On Twitter, some abusive message threaded. That news also we traced and accused arrested. Recently, within 7 days back, that case handled and suspect arrested also. And threat hunting and DFI task execution and organizing workshop, webinars and trainings, advanced subject domains, and human capital assistance, and cyber security audit, VAPT and incident response. Incident response we are doing. Recently, Ola Bikes point of view, some organization point of view are giving the brand protection. Regularly we are seeing OlaBikes.com. Suppose everybody nowadays, Ola Bikes is very much trending actually. In Ola Bikes point of view, suspects, criminals, what they are doing, they are creating some website called Ola Bikes. Suppose BYKES actual website, but criminals creating the website Ola Bikes, OLABIKES, with the name of, instead of Y, they are creating one more website I. In that website, same scenario, it's look like a complete Ola website, but they are creating some other website with Ola Bikes, and they are looting the money from the customers. Whenever some customer want to book the bike, they are going into the Ola Bikes only, BIKES, but the actual website is BIKES. That type of brand protection and we are doing. And knowledge and build, operating, work on data privacy and security. We are providing almost cyber security forensics and brand protection, organization protection, and political point of view protection. Recently we got the case from Andhra Pradesh, BJP leader, I think, Sona garu. Instead of his name, some created on social media group in Twitter, created on social media group, and posting the abusive message against one of those BJP leader, GL Narasimha Rao sir. But actually, the Twitter account not handling by Sona garu, but that account is organizing by some other people. But they are defaming the internal people only. That case also handled by our team only. That type of brand protection, prevention, protection, and forensics we will do. What are the cyber forensics and case studies will explain by my team member Ranjita.
So hi, myself Ranjita. So here I'm about to explain what is the importance of cyber forensics. So most of us might be not aware about the cyber forensics. So the basic thing, so what is cyber forensics? Today agenda is, so what is cyber forensics? So why cyber forensics is important in organization level, and what might cause if cyber forensics is not aware, and I can tell the difference. And as we deal, so as sir told, so we do all the 23 states government support we give. So here I'll be giving a few real-time case scenarios as well as. So here, so what is cyber forensics? So why we need cyber forensics? So first, cyber forensics is to prevent and to protect our data, right? From any other maybe from any attacker for ransom or any attack from the computational viewpoint. So all this comes under cyber forensics. So why we need cyber forensics here is, so first our organization has to be built in the way we are not giving any data outside. So first internal cyber forensic to be maintained, later on the external forensic will be focused. So in internal point of view, so will be have to check about the systems. So we have a team where we can build the lab system, cyber lab forensics for the organization's level. So we mainly focus on the computers, servers, networks, clouds, many things, right? So we focus here, and later on the external things. So maybe the external things might be any data theft, or as sir told, brand monitoring. So your organization might be the true, there will be replica of your organizations, what we encounter daily on daily crimes we see, right? So what we encounter is there will be a replica, a team of people who will be doing replication of your organization, and they'll be using your name, and then they'll be faking all your things, and the crime will be happening, and the customers, what they see is, so this is happening from so and so company, they believe in, right? So first is brand protection we do, and then second is the cyber forensic lab, we create an atmosphere inside the organization, and then third is giving the knowledge to the team. So most of our team members will be not aware of what is. So not only the team sitting there and monitoring, there will be also team members should be aware what is what if they get email attacks. So what are the initiatives they have to be taken. So these scenarios will be giving the live examples to the team as well as an. And then next coming to, so people also have to know there will be external threat as well as an internal threat, as I told. So internal threat happens inside the office, where for maybe money or else maybe any kind of revenge, we can tell. So people will be leaking the data. So for that we have to know from where the data is leaking. So we have to follow the daily analysis, because our organization data need to be protected and our employees data need to be protected. For this in point of view, so we have to know each and every day daily basis analysis. So we have a team for analysis. So any network, outside network is connecting to our organization, or any mails rather than insider, we are it is going out of the organizations. So all this will be monitored on the daily basis on the forensics from the forensic team. Later on, so if any internal threat happens also, so we CRCIDF provide the digital forensics as well as in. So we have a team where to identify and get the suspect who is had an intention to do that. So we'll bring back the suspect. We have an tools, maybe we use those, and then we'll get the suspects. And when coming to external organizations threats, as I told, brand monitoring is the first main thing. So in the brand monitoring, as I told, there will be a lot of like replica of the organizations, and then maybe the first thing we have to see about social medias. So every company has in social media accounts. We have to follow precautions and preventions to prevent any unusual activities on our social medias. So first we maintain that, and then second point, so there will be Google reviews, right? So the competitors will be writing a bad Google reviews, or else any might be deformations, kind of like, you know, this they will write. So all this will be doing under open source intelligence. So where we do daily analysis. So what is happening in the social media, what is happening in the websites, any websites that are being replications from like maybe as sir told Ola. So there will be replica of Ola also, many fake things. So we'll be looking all this. So we'll be giving the daily reports based on that. So what is happening, and then so what we have to precautions we have to take. So this will be dealing, and then so as we serve government, so I can show you a few real crime scenarios. So where it might relate it to organization level also, I guess. So I'll show few case scenarios. So first comes, so recently we have dealt with one incident response case. So here what happened is, it is a small organization. So there wasn't this ransom attack. So from where the ransom attack has come, so no one knows. Even the IT team is not aware what is happening, because it's just like one morning, none of the systems is operating, or none of the system is able to on. So all the servers are blocked. So all this happened. So we received call. So we we told not to connect with any of the network, because we know like if we connect with any network, so the scenario might get more worsened, right? So we have gone there. So first thing we analyzed, so how big the organization, first main thing in ransom comes. So how big the organization, so how many systems has been attacked. So if it is more, then so what is the precautions we have to take, prevention should be taken, we'll give a list. So after that, so we have seen all the computers has been encrypted, and then the ransom note has been come, ki so and so money has to be paid to get the data back. So later on we have just bypassed, so one server he couldn't hack because of the some technical issues. He couldn't like what to tell, like bypass the system. So the system was left, but what the hacker has done is, so he encrypted the system. So he has changed the password entirely, and then so we forensically checked when the system. So we did this Windows bypass. We have many forensic tools and techniques. So we did Windows bypass, and then that system had the all backups. So we have taken all the backups from the system, and then so we created one new environmental in the organization, and we again like what all the backup files we had, right? So we have like started like initiating again, come back to the normal work. So we have helped in that way. So in many worst cases, like ransom is like, you know, right? Like one encrypted file will be there. None of will be able to decrypt without that the real decryption file. So in such scenarios also, we CRCIDF able to come across, and we are able to crack, and we are able to give some data which are useful for them. So this is one case scenario, and then coming to again case scenarios. So recently in Twitter, there was this actress, so they faked the Twitter account. So they faked, and then they started like writing abusive things against the government, against the organization, I mean like film industries, all those, so on. So what we did is, so we have taken all the Twitter account details, so linked email addresses, linked alternative phone numbers. So we have cross-verified. So we got all the details. So we are successfully able to catch the suspect. So likewise, so we have many case scenarios, and then recently, you know, KTR sir, so his he got an email. So he got an email where it was from unknown person. So he just received some like ransom, like random threat mail. So we were able to get the IP address, IP locations, and then IP logs, and then what is the Gmail ID linked to the what is the contact number linked to the email ID, so on, and we were able to track the suspect. So here I was about to tell that how cyber forensics in the point of organization level. So any questions like we can discuss, like how forensics will be useful. So I can give many live examples how it is useful in organizations levels or. So you have any questions meanwhile? So you have any idea about like cyber forensics? Yes, sir. You want the mic or else you are able to speak? How to overcome with sir? Overcome. So we have actually precautions is always better than like there is a say, right? So precautions we give. We have an SOPs. So how to follow. So we are like we give webinars for the team. So how to protect. So we have so on, and we have SOC and NOC teams. So SOC and NOC teams where they perform on the networks. They sit and continuously check any. If you have organization emails also, they might be getting threats or else hackers can send some malicious links through the mails also. Nowadays, this is the most happening. They'll send through the emails. So we sit in the SOC and NOC. What we sort is any emails that has been come from any outer network. So we analyze first and then we'll be able to send the mail, like able to access by the team members, or else the mail will be blocked, sir. Yeah, I can explain, sir, because I don't have it. So I can explain you. There is nothing like that, because even from the JPG image, it will be in organization name of yours only, but from unknown sender, or else the hacker can, if we had already the mail IDs like maybe if I have an email ID like Ranjita at CRCIDF, he can replicate like Ranjita.crcidf and then he can send. But then the network from where it has come, we should be able to track that. So we can't like clearly explain from where it comes. Through the image it can come, through some link it can come, or else maybe attached to PDF, or else just like sent randomly. So this all can happen. So before reaching to the team members, it will be scanned before only. It will not send directly to team members. There'll be all one domain ID, right, where all the mails will sit on that. So we'll be sorting out there. So which has to be sent to team members, which is important, will be scanning and sending, or else that mail will be eliminated there only, sir. What the main target for them? So they don't have target, just like they keep on putting stones everywhere, huh? How they will choose the? Okay. Choosing is like they'll test the mail IDs, or else the if we have organization, we have like open mail IDs, right? So they'll try to get access into those mail IDs by trying common passwords, or else like using many techniques. So they will get into and then they will start. So there is no particular way. So we have SOC and NOC team for that, and then audit team for that. Just to like 6 months, like we can scan all the computers. We can give awareness to the team members. So we can do like this. Yes, sir. You want the mic? It depends, sir. So how your company, how organization is has the less vulnerabilities, or else. Yeah. So he can access to the organization that easily. So how organization is strong, how much the organization is strong, so that much time he will also take, or else he will also, it's like easy come, it comes. If it is the strong, it takes time.
How
I can tell in simple language.
How can we know any indication that hacker entered our network?
Yeah, SOC and NOC team, sir. So they continuously sit 24/7. SOC and NOC team is for 24/7. They continuously sit, scan the networks, scan the email IDs, whatever the external things comes from out, or else internal things happening, they keeps on observing. They keep any like any activities, illegal activities happening inside. So they keep an eye on everything, sir. That is
I'm
meant
in
for.
organization, IT team.
What is our intention? How can we know? That means some hacker already send a message, send an image. We already downloaded it, but we don't know whether our account is hacked or that malicious code is entered into our organization. How can we find that? Is there any option, or we have to contact you only?
So usually what he does is, so once he attacks, so he started he'll do the data theft. That is his main intentions, right? He'll start doing the data theft, and we'll get to know like what are the data theft is going, and then usually they'll leak on the dark nets. So even we do this darknet analysis. So we keep an eye on darknet analysis where organization data has been leaked in anywhere, or else the data of employees has been leaked. So we will be able to do dark web analysis also, sir. So,
Can we get any assurance?
1 minute, sir. Sorry, is asking. Yes,
Can
sir.
we get any assurance that it is perfectly?
I can't hear you.
Can we get any assurance that we have completely secured an organization?
Yes, yes, sir. So when you have already precautions, so none of the person will be able to attack. If he's trying to attack, also will be able to know. So we can just push away from him, right? Just push the data out. So we'll be able to do so. That is why the SOC and NOC team, and then we have auditing teams also. So where in auditing teams, so keeps on updating the networks and the computer, like most of the team members won't do the updations and all. So we keep a check on those. So we try to protect.
Do you have any the security level that we can check with our network? Which are the checklist is there any?
So we have checklists and SOPs. So in checklist, it comes like the email, how the email will be gone through. So we have few techniques, sir. So
Which
like
are the techniques that you are using with them?
right now, so we do this email analysis. So all the emails which are going through, right, I told, so those will be scanned before. So that one thing I can tell, and then the second most is network level. So any other networks trying to connect with our networks will be able to focus on those, and then will be able to secure those, sir.
It is developed by your system or what?
So
It is developed by your system.
we have to be able to access to the network. We'll be sitting in your organization with your systems, so we'll be scanning there. We'll be doing our analysis in your organization. We have a team, so we'll provide a team, so we'll be doing.
Basically, we are using the security like antivirus, firewall, and updating the systems.
Updating the systems, that is comes from auditing part.
Yes.
Auditing.
Okay.
So there is SOC and NOC team. So network and network teams. So where there is scanning levels, there is bulk, or else there is many tools I can explain about. There is many tools where we map the networks, anywhere it is mapping, our network is mapping, all this analysis will be done, sir.
What madam is trying to tell is that SOC team means Security Operations Center and NOC team is Network Operations Center. That's the intention. They have the technologies to do this thing. Thank you.
So every organization should have one SOC and NOC team. So to overcome any attacks, so it is like precaution team you already have. So you will be taking precautions previously itself, like before any attacks. Prasad sir is joining. Please, Zoom meeting join again, Prasad sir.
Question.
Yeah.
This is one case study. If you want, they want to see the
But
case
it is
study.
little personal, so I don't know particularly I can explain or not.
Okay. Case study. Recently got. Okay. So let them see that.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe.
You can explain that?
Yeah, I'll explain, sir. So this is one case study.
There is one case study about hacking, and she is going to explain on this particular topic. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So there is one case study like Anasuya, you must be knowing, right? Sir told. So in this case, what happened is, so she has received one. There is one Instagram account has been created in the name of her, and then all the abusive language were used against the people or against the industries. So this case has been come to us. So here we have taken all the, so we got one email ID. So on email ID, so we got any related photos we get. So this is one tool I can say. So here we'll be able to get the photo, the name of the person, and then any phone numbers present, then we'll be getting the phone numbers. So and then the Gmail IDs will be getting, and then the last update when he has been, when he was last accessed to that Gmail ID. So and then in Google Maps, so anywhere he has been given any Google reviews, right? So all those will be syncing in this tool, and then we'll be getting any Google reviews he has been given. So we'll be able to track the location, like where the common most he was around. So he'll be around that, right? So we'll be able to track that one, and then in which all websites he is active, like Amazon, Flipkart, or else like many social medias. So we'll be able to track from this, and then from this we have been identified his phone numbers, and then so we at last we were able to get him the original social media's accounts, the suspect's photos, or so this was the suspect Twitter account. So he is the one who created. So what these people will do is they might take the SIM cards in other person's name. So they will pay like little amount to them, and then little amount to the weaker people. So who is not educated, I can tell. So they will pay, and then they'll take the access of them, access of their Aadhaar card, everything, and then they will be able to create in the fake things. So after that, so at last they should be one point where they have to use their networks and everything, networks and any accounts in their phone, right? So this phone number will, these tools will record all these activities, and then will be able to track the person. So here we have the Skype account, connected IDs, all this. The suspect's photo, we were able to track. So and we work for Cyberabad Commissioner Office. So there we give notice to Gmail, if we have Gmails. So we give notice to the Google accounts or else the so and so people, and we'll get the further details, and again we'll do the OSINT on that, those phone numbers, or else if any further things we get, so we'll be doing OSINT on that until we get the suspect in trial. So we'll be showing the KTR case, how we have been done. So one report. So here we, unknown person mail ID we got. So doing OSINT on that, so we'll be getting the further details. So for that email ID, so this is the header analysis from what time, from which HTMP, all these details will be coming here. So the IP address and the IP host names. So we do again IP address analysis, and then from that we'll be able to track which system or which device has been used. So the location as well as and then the service provider. So we do this IDPR and ISP analysis also based upon that. So the domains and when he was active, all these details will be getting. So hence we identified the accused, I can tell. So I have told, right, like which device he has been used. So all these details will be getting. So finally we got the mobile numbers, IMEI numbers, and so finally we give the further actionable steps where the government people has to take initiative. So they will take the further things and then they will get the accused. So any questions? Yes, sir. Yeah. So. Yes, sir. Yeah.
From where he buy it, we don't know. That account is my account. But how can he buy the product item?
So what happens here is, so either he will be able to access to your email account, because the email account and the phone numbers will be connected to your Amazon account, right? So he'll be able to access without your notification. If I can check, there'll be activity of like somewhere else has been activated your Gmail accounts. So what he'll do is, so he'll just get the OTP forward to that, and then OTP is enough just to buy anything, right? Like if we have, so he uses that. Yeah, maybe this call forwarding, call forwarding technique. So they'll forward the, yeah. So call forwarding, you have to go to the service provider and check, sir.
Basically nowadays SIM swap, you heard about it? SIM swap cases are more. So whenever you get any call on your mobile, as soon that there is no response, and after a few minutes your network will be down. So immediately you have to call the concerned whatever operator and you have to block that number. These are the most of the cases happening in India. So you have to be more alert that as soon as you get any call on your mobile and after that no network on your mobile, you have to call them and you have to block your SIM immediately. Because within that few minutes, they may have your email ID and other things. OTPs and other things, through that they can transfer anything.
So the password should be strong. So first thing, Gmail ID, no, don't share anywhere. Don't save it in Google accounts. It comes pop-up, right? Do you want to save this password on this system? So what happens is when you check the Chrome, so this password will be saved. If it is any other external computers which is not ours, so they might get the access to our Gmails. So this can be possible. So any questions in the forensics? Any you have been encountered, or any difficulties like how to protect the Gmail IDs, or never save the passwords and use the unique password and don't share it with anyone. Sir, Amazon will be having access to your Gmail account. Gmail is important and your phone number is important, right? So if they get either access to your Gmail also as well as your phone number also, they'll be able to log in into your account and can purchase, because it's like I'm not logging into my account, I'm logging as you in my computer, right? I'll be able to access.
నా మొబైల్తో కనెక్ట్ అయ్యాను, వైఫై లేదు.
Yes, sir.
లేదు సార్, కనుక్కున్నాను ఆల్రెడీ.
Spam messages. Yes, sir. No, sir. I can show you this. I guess my sir's joined. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry?
You can restrict the, if particular network it is coming from, you can restrict that network so you won't get the spams, or else it's like almost everywhere the attackers, like I can show you where one scenario how the attacks has been happening continuously worldwide. So
నేను చూస్తానండి, 2 minutes.
So the precaution is don't open which is like not your box, like not yours mail or any identity, or don't link.
వైఫై ఉంది అమ్మా, వైఫై లేదు ఇక్కడ, దాని గురించి ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది.
So we are working for the government only, so we are like cutting down those, we are catching the accused, but then again they're forming, so
We'll take the laptop there.
yes, sir. I got your point, but the technology is increasing as we increase, so
So many problems are after problem has been created and some amount will be lost. That the problem has been raising. My amount is lost.
has been gone, yeah.
So many problems are coming like that.
Yes, sir.
Without problem
Don't receive any like unknown numbers, I can tell, or else like how we will know which call is that. Don't receive unknown numbers, so or else check the person from where he's calling. So don't install Truecaller also, just check online Truecallers. It is also not safe, anything is not safe in the online, so don't install, or else like just check, like for that particular minute just check where it is you have online tools. All the organizations share the data.
ఆల్రెడీ పంపించాను సార్, సార్కి ముజీబ్ సార్కి పంపించాను, గ్రూప్ ఉంటే సార్ ఇక్కడ చేసుకోవచ్చు.
The contact details will go, yeah.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఒకసారి మాట్లాడండి.
లేదు సార్ ఇక్కడే వస్తుంది ల్యాప్టాప్ మైక్లో రావట్లేదు.
My senior will be joining, so you can ask the questions if you have any. But it is not like it comes in one way only, right, sir? If it comes in one way, we can like tackle and we can stop those. It comes from multiple different, so it is difficult. So it is, which is not for ourselves, like which is not our out of box. We are not opening. So that is the solution from our end. In organization level, we can like sit and scan and see the networks from where it is coming. All this we can. But personally, coming to personal things, so we should be aware little. So which we should pick and which we shouldn't, we have to choose those. How to recover the files? Yeah, we have many, but it is all paid, might be, sir. So we'll be able to recover also. Yes, sir. For? We'll be able to block them and get the details of their like alternate mobile numbers, all this, and we will be able to track. But will be not, in some cases they will be also technical, as I told, like they'll take they'll pay some amount to the uneducated people, might be they will take the details and they'll create the account in the name of them. So what we have to do is we'll go there and then we'll find them and we have to like search again there. It is like long process, sir. Like physical this is also needed. Yes, sir. We have it? Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. So anything organization related forensics, like cyber forensics?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I have surfaced again to test your patience. I think you all are agree with me that the first session went very well as we planned. And I was very happy to see the response, your response to the speakers. And I will continue to encourage you to pose as much as your question because that will motivate them, make them happy, and also other way to test their exposure and knowledge. So please be aggressive on your question. They will be very happy to answer. Now I can see your eyes and heart that it's time for the lunch. We are organized at the 4th floor. So please enjoy the food and it will be almost for an hour. And come back with a fresh energy and fresh questions and hopefully we'll have another round of session for the speaker to deliver on the 2-3 topics. So I'll request you all, with the permission of the CEO, to please proceed to the 4th floor for a lunch. Thank you very much. 4th floor? 3rd floor.
Buffet lunch. Restaurant.
Yeah. Don't say anything. 3rd floor.
3rd floor, huh?
Thank you.
I have coupons with me. One o'clock. వెళ్ళేదాకా 1 అవుతుంది. 1 o'clock.
Refresh yourself.
సార్ అక్కడ మ్యూట్ చేయండి సార్.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am clear and my voice is reaching to you. So, though we don't have it's kind of similar, like a simple transmission. Finally, forgive me. Actually, I should be there for you to interact with you. Unfortunately, due to my health reasons, I couldn't able to travel to Hyderabad. So please forgive me. And I hope this is a very interesting subject. Maybe you are traveled with our team. Just 1 second.
Here's Mr. Prasad from Cyber Security.
Especially, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Sonikwal, the head of the Sonikwal, Sri Mujibji, and the crew of the Sonikwal, and the today attendees and the participants who are coming from different regions and different organizations. It's my pleasure and honor to interact with you through in an interaction way, especially in the simplex mode way. But definitely I will meet one day to understand, to explore this domain, how cyber security, forensics, investigation and intelligence is very much important to the as individual level or it's the organization level. We can explore it. That's my sincere thanks to you all. I don't want to waste your time, or just we can focusing on especially how we are able to deliverable, what kind of services we are going to provide you as an individual capacity or organizational capacity that can help to the your institute. So to secure to secure your data, to secure your privacy, secure your information, that can be understandable. I hope you are already my teams, especially Ranjita, Ms. Ranjita and Mr. Kiran and Mr. Ravi also be there here on behalf of me. Definitely they are showcased to the skills and capabilities about the our organization. Myself and Mujib ji, we are the collaborative organizations, and Mujib ji is part of the the network setups and especially firewalls, how much is important, as long as when we are connecting the multiple devices or multiple systems into one unit, when we are creating a client server or feature. Definitely there is a very important for the any organization to filter your data and to do the like whitelisting and blacklisting. Apart from that, there is another layer might be required. Maybe firewall they help you to data link layer, especially to filter the packets level. But when we are sometimes many times attacks are coming from, hope you are aware, like the last 5-6 years back, there is a bank name is called, hope is a public domain, it is available. I am not be disclosing any confidential data with you. It's like a Cosmos Bank. The Cosmos Bank is one of the secure bank in the country, but due to the lack of small, employees inability or employees are being prey to the social engineering. Their accounts got compromised and it leads to server got compromised. Almost 96 crore rupees got hacked by the hackers. That is the gravity of the, especially in the corporate sector. Just you naming it, or you remember if you take it as any specific recent attacks like AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, then go to ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research Institute, and one Chennai driven one hospital. These are now the attackers are mostly focusing on especially like hospitals, drug institutes, and not only especially for example banking sector or maybe the people driven hospitals, but also you take it as a motor vehicle institutes. maybe you take it as a transport institutes like like airlines, like hope you know there is a attack name is called WannaCry attack, which is a ransomware attack. This ransomware attack is acted, mean especially attacks by the happen to the like a specific British Airways and some Indian, specifically Southeast Asian airlines as also. It means just you are the, it may be you are in the manufacturing sector or electronics or maybe like a FMCG, fast moving consumer goods, savings are purchased, or like a marts, like it may be malls or like whatever, maybe you are in the like jewelry shops or whatever your sales or purchase level. But every organization nowadays they are being part of the creating the networks. It's kind of like a, for example, I have a one jewelry company, like I have my goods. I want to maintaining the like how many goods are there in my store in house and what is the sales and purchase. Definitely you are already there. You can put the like a tagging, like through tags you are trying to continue to continuously monitoring your inventory, like how many inputs are coming, how many sales are happening, everything. But these things are always you put the tags and you are keeping your the client missions nothing but your sales computers are connected to your server mission. The servers are again monitored by your administrator, network administrator. But sometimes or some specifically these administrator or maybe sales systems are got compromised, then we can't imagine they can change the your inventory, they can change the your database, especially sales or purchase, or maybe your very important is the customers, the clients or customers regularly they will come to you and you know they related in name, email ID, or their PAN cards or their credit. This is called sensitive information. This sensitive information it got leaked to the any public domain. So we can't imagine, like we are the researchers and we are working for the police, and many times whatever the complex cases are received by the police people when they are troubled state, mostly we are in the back end support. Hope you know in Telangana one of the popular project name is called she teams. The she teams are working and she teams are getting a lot of FIRs are coming up. So most of the time these particular human traffickers are these people are when we want to trap them or we want to track them. Mostly we do the back end support and we are identifying these people. So mostly their sensitive information we explore it and we can identify their specifically these guys. Come to the corporate point of view, especially when we are set up the systems, when we are set up the maybe small maybe 10 systems network or maybe excuse me, can you allow me 1 minute? I will be back. Just a small important call for me. I came to know that you are in very much busy. Sir, just 5 to 10 minutes I would like to conclude the entire what we are going to deliver. This is our website. I am sharing my screen with you for quicker understanding about our services and capabilities to you. This is our organization. Especially we are working for the like forensics investigation, OSINT and lab setups and all. So mostly what we are giving the research part. So these are the research areas, especially what we are going to deliver. And the key services we are providing, these are the important services. If you want to write SOPs, especially for example, whatever your organization related cyber security, how to we can set up the client server architecture with the secure environment. So we will create the RFPs and we will be implementers, and we do the like end-to-end security purpose. At the same time, we do the investigation and we are maintaining the brand protection as well. So these are the common services, especially, and we do the like analytics part also. So these are the what we do the services to the department, like the senior most DGs. This is a VR lab setup which is organized, inaugurated by the Mr. Kishan Reddy when he is a home minister. And some of these trainings, the capabilities almost all, this is Maharashtra. Some of the capabilities, simple I can tell you, we are being part of the cyber security, data privacy, cybercrime investigation, forensic part, intelligence, and brand protection of the individuals. These are all, you can able to find it, our entire capabilities here. The website name is called crcidf.org. And especially we are with the many senior organizations, like we have a capability, we have MOUs with the state police. We are the DG of the Telangana, where we got exchange with the MOU. We are being part of the all the Telangana related mostly cybercrime cases are, we are the only organization handling for on behalf of them. Especially for corporate point of view, I would like to convey to you all. We are especially we are very good in to set up the level. We set up your client server architectures. It may be 10 missions or 100 missions or 1000 missions. So the client server architectures and the cloud environments we are able to set up, and we have a good in the implementation of SOC on NOC, especially, and we are the add-on part of the digital forensic part. For example, any cyber attacks are happening on your organizations, or immediately how to we can secure your data, how to we can able to retrieve the data. It may be deleted data, deactivated data, or maybe encrypted data. We can try to helping out to retrieving the data. That is a great part. And especially we are being part of the brand protection. Now we are like we are doing the services to the politicians as well, but I can't naming out the political parties and even individual, the people who are any organization. For example, many times your sales or purchase will be depending on the what kind of reputation is there in the online environment. It may be social media, it may be websites, it may be blogs, or it may be yellow pages, or it may be WhatsApp or Telegram, social networks. Many times your footprints may be validated by your users, especially when you are in like a sales point of view. Sometimes the bad reviews, bad comments are given by your competitive agencies also. So we have to be maintain you have to be secure your brand. So by putting the kind of brand protection in the name of how to we daily use the data intelligence. What we do, we are crawling the entire social media, and we crawl the entire websites, and we crawl the entire news feed, and we try to do the profiling. Any bad comments, bad reviews, or bad profiles, or bad elements are they are placing any kind of information against you. We try to find it, we try to locate the things, and through legally we try to close the content, or we try to give you the confidential way. That is how we are able to do. And especially securing our data. For example, when you set up the lab, I hope you know, like when you are set up the I have a client, we are all aware, like I have a 10 missions are I connected to my switch, and I can keep in my when I put my firewall, and firewall to I can throw my packets to the internet. This is a common simple network environment everybody know. So the point is, the many times anybody can cheat the firewall. Why cheat the firewall though? Until unless we are very strong in firewall policy rating, especially blacklisting and whitelisting, Still, there is a Twitter got hacked by the hackers. Recently, hope you are aware. One Andhra Pradesh political government website, Twitter got hacked. It means you are, and you are, though you are very perfect in the security part, still your handlers going to hack it. So my sincere advice to the all our attendees, please set up a dedicated security environment. It kind of, for example, you have a website, you have a like a POS, point of sale systems. Any software is there, please create a VAPT. VAPT means vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. By using VAPT, it may be computers, it may be firewall, it may be switches, or it may be hubs. Please do all the cyber audit. That can help you before somebody hack and somebody stolen our data. That can be help you. Number one. Number two, for example, you want to set up a new laboratory or new kind of architecture. Please be prepared proper cyber security policies with respect to whitelisting and blacklisting of your IP addresses or your domains. That can be help us. Will be part of your cyber security lab setup, and we try to do the firewall policy writings and all stuff. And third one is, though it is a small organization, maybe 10 missions or 100 missions, doesn't matter. We will give you SOC operation. SOC is now it's a trendy part. So not only like you are installing the total securities or you keep the like firewalls, that won't help you to end-to-end security. Definitely you require end-to-end like a manual. There is a SOC kind of environment must be required to the every organization. This SOC environment help you completely your input mails or output mails, or it may be input flow or output flow. Everything will be identified, flagged, and escalated by the some core team will be there in between your digital assets and public internet. So this is can be helped by the SOC and knock. This SOC and knock definitely will help you to secure your digital assets. It may be databases or systems, or it may be missions, because ransomware attacks or cyber intrusions are very easy parts. That can be please keep in the mind. And the fourth option is, when you are set up the labs, maybe I can tell you like how to secure your mission or mobiles. That is called device security. Then second one is called network security. Maybe your firewalls, your network, and all stuff. That is called network security. Third one is called internet security. This is the any organization want to set up, anyone want to maintain the data security. These are the three important aspects: system security, network security, internet security. These three aspects, multiple methods are there. Like I am installing the one like a total security, or I am installing the antivirus, that won't suffice you. Or if I am keeping the one firewall, that won't suffice you. There is a end-to-end security mechanisms has to be, the framework has to be rolled out. Then definitely that will help you. Apart from that, we are the part of the not only writing the security policies or end-to-end security like implementation, but also we are being part of the like data privacy, and we are the good in the like darknet and deep web. Any kind of data leaks are happening about your organization, before it become a viral to the public domain, we will find it. We try to freeze this data so that it can't be come up in the public domain, and we can stop your clients or your customer related data can't be come up to the public domain. And fourth point, as I told you, we are very strong in data privacy and your brand protection as well. That can
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's time for us to move forward. We have a very distinguished speaker from Sonic Wall, Mr. Mohammed Jiar, and he would like to share his thoughts on the subject. So please welcome him to come to the dais.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. So very good afternoon all. I'm sure that the day has been fantastic for you guys, a lot of knowledge. I'm a principal solution engineer for SonicWall. I take care of South India, Sri Lanka as a territory. And today, basically what I will be doing is showcasing how to configure the firewall, basic configuration. But then if anybody has any advanced questions, we can clarify. So I've been part of SonicWall pre-sales for last 5.5 years. Before that, I was a tech lead in SonicWall support. So I'm the right person to do this. So please be more interactive. If you have any question, even if you think that is a silly, please make it interactive, okay? Otherwise it will be very boring because this is not an hands-on. I would have preferred an hands-on firewall configuration session, but then due to logistics and time constraints, we could not do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take our live demos site and log in the firewall and showcase, how to configure, what are the different things that you need to keep in mind, the best practices you should follow when you do a firewall configuration, especially the SonicWall firewall configuration. Okay, so my only request is please ask questions then and there, don't wait for the end. And I will be putting a hard stop around 4 p.m. because I have a flight to catch. I would have loved to spend more time, but then not today, probably some other time. Okay, all right, thank you. So we will keep the firewall setup. Here you want laptop? I'll keep the laptop over there. Okay. Connected to monitor. Yeah. You can sit over there. Or I can sit here. Yeah. I think I will sit over there. Okay. Nice space there. Fine. Mic दे दो. Is it visible? Lights. Okay, is it visible? Okay. Am I audible? All right. All right. So, let me try. Can you change the projector? It is trimming the site. Zoom out, zoom out. Zoom out. You have the zoom in, zoom out. Reduce, reduce, reduce. Once again, come here please. I will show you what is. See, it is trimming this part. So you need to little zoom out or keep it. You understood, right? Laptop la. Is it visible? Can be better, right? All right, so let's start, okay? So right now I'm logged into SonicWall Capture Security Center. So SonicWall Capture Security Center is a single pane of glass management tool. Since SonicWall has multiple products, like firewall is one of the product, then we have wireless access points, we have SASE solution or cloud firewalls, we have email security solutions, remote VPN solution, etc. So in order to avoid the silos, we have this cloud platform called Capture Security Center. I'm just logged in and I'm using the Network Security Manager. Again, it's a different tool. This tool is used for centralized management of firewalls. Since Varun Motors, I believe, have multiple firewalls in different locations, right? So it is possible to manage all these firewalls from a single console. Okay, so this Network Security Manager will give you role-based access to the firewall management. You can push policies from a single console to hundreds of firewalls in a single shot, right? You can have accountability because auditing feature is available. So if you are a company with multiple IT administrators and if you want to know who did what, when, etc., the auditing feature is available. If you are a company that keep on adding firewalls, you can save one golden template, which is a feature that will allow you to save the best non-configuration and push it to each and every new firewall. So your job is half done. Okay, so this tool will definitely help you to reduce the day-to-day tasks that you normally do. Apart from that, management, it also provides a reporting solution as well. So you have complete visibility about the users, the applications that is running in your network, their behavior, their usage pattern, etc. Your management always will be interested to know who is doing what, how the resources are being utilized in the network, etc. So this particular tool is used for that. Today I am accessing one of the firewall through this tool, and we will start basic configuration. And please be more interactive, as I said, because otherwise this is going to be a very boring session and I don't want you guys to sleeping, and this is the right time to sleep as well, right? After a very beautiful lunch. So I'm switching to a firewall. What you have seen is the list of firewalls that was configured through this particular tool. Now I'm accessing one of the firewall. Has anybody seen this particular user interface, graphical user interface? Okay, 1, 2, okay. How many of you basically do firewall configuration? Please raise your hands. Okay. Okay. How many of you are interested in knowing firewall or learning firewall? Yeah, everyone. That's good. So for those who have not worked on firewall, so firewall basically is a perimeter device or edge device that protects your network from external networks like internet, right? And firewall basically has many features in it. So we have different threats. There is different kind of malwares. There is spywares, there is viruses, there is ransomwares, there is phishing attacks. Different kind of attacks are there, so you need different features. And this particular firewall will contain different features, and we will be discussing them. And also we will be knowing how to configure them today. So we will start with the basic thing what you will do when you get a firewall in your hand. First of all, you have to register the firewall. Let's take SonicWall as an example. So you will have to register SonicWall in mysonicwall.com. Like when you get any devices, they ask you to register in the site for warranty purposes, etc. Same way you will do that. You will go to mysonicwall.com and then you will register the appliances there. Once you register the appliances in the portal, then you have to register or synchronize the firewall. Once internet connectivity is established, you have to do the same on the firewall GUI itself. So I will show you how to do that. Okay, so there are multiple sections here. Home, where you will see the dashboard, the reports, etc. Then monitoring, that normally you have to do a lot of tasks in order to monitor the firewall, the traffic, the bandwidth, the user, etc. So that monitoring section will help you to monitor the day-to-day activity, etc. Network, that is where you basically configure the VPN, the interfaces, the routing. And objects, this is an object-based firewall. You create an object. It can be an address object, it can be a service object, it can be an domain object, and then you will call these objects in rules or policies, okay? Then there is policy. We have different kind of policies, right? We have access rule policy, we have NAT rule policy. Those who doesn't know NAT is nothing but network address translation. So in your network you use private addresses and that cannot be routed over the internet. So you use a NAT where you have a public IP address masquerading or changing your internal addresses to a publicly routable addresses. So SonicWall has NAT policies in place, okay? And apart from that, we have many other content filtering policies or web URL filtering, IPS policies, etc. in this section, okay? We will come one by one later. So this is basically the overall layout of the firewall. So license synchronization, you will get since it is already registered, you can see all the support services are there. So there will be a link to register or activate. Once you click on that link, you will be asked to enter the username and credentials of My SonicWall portal, and it will auto synchronize with the portal, and it will download all the licenses onto the appliance, okay? Once that portion is over, you can also do a closed environment registration as well. For example, you are in a situation where you cannot provide internet access to the firewall. In that case, you can copy a key set from our cloud portal and then do a manual configuration here. Just copy and paste here. There is no need of internet for the firewall in order to download all the licenses and support services. Any questions? Okay, so moving on to the next configuration, which is basically the interface configuration. One of the first configuration we all do, right? So in SonicWall there are different zones: LAN zone, WAN zone, DMZ zone, etc. So LAN is your internal, WAN is your external, where you configure the ISP, MPLS, etc. What is the DMZ zone? Anybody? Yeah, DMZ stands for demilitarized zone. So if you have any servers that need public access, but then you do not want to risk giving access, external access to your internal network, you put all your servers in a demilitarized zone. A demilitarized zone will not have access to your internal networks. For example, DMZ to LAN will always be disconnected or blocked. But then from internal as well as from public or external or from internet, it will be allowed to access. This way you are segregating your network. This way you are making sure that anybody who compromises your internal servers does not have access to your internal network. Okay? So we can create custom zone as well. For example, if you want a zone called server, or basically for management purpose, you have different zones that can be created. On different zones, you can create different policies. Different services can be activated. So that is how the zones will help you. For example, if you do not want content filtering and gateway antivirus to be applied for a specific interface, you create a custom zone and activate only those services that you need on that particular zone. This will allow you to manage the firewall or your network in a better fashion. Okay? So let's see what are the options in order to configure an interface. First is the zone. You need to select a zone in order to configure an interface. There will be a default zone. If the default zone is not there, then you can create a zone, custom zone for you, and select over there. By default, this is grayed out because X0 interface in SonicWall by default is a LAN zone. IP assignment, there are multiple options here. The static IP mode, that means your ISP has given you a static IP. In this way, you can select it. transparent IP mode, where it is like a L3 routing, okay. Layer 2 bridge mode, it is like a switch. The interface will act like a switch. Whatever comes on that interface will go out through another interface. It will be configured in a pair. You will be pairing the internal network or internal interface with external interface. So whatever comes goes out. Where you will use it? For example, if you want to deploy one device in your network without making any changes to the network, your default gateway or anything, you can configure the layer 2 bridge mode. So what happens is, whatever traffic comes on that interface pair will be switched to the external interface, and there will be no changes to be made in your network. For example, if you want to evaluate a firewall normally is a layer 3 device, right? But then you don't want to make any changes. If something goes with the firewall, you will simply disconnect the cable and connect it to your actual firewall, right? So the traffic flow is not affected. You can use this layer 2 bridge mode. Okay. So when I select layer 2 bridge mode, it is asking what is the parent interface. I need to select another interface which will be my exit interface, like the WAN interface or ISP interface. Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Anybody? Any questions? Feel free. As Mr. G has said that if it is similar also, we just proceed forward.
Okay. No problem. So in static IP mode, which is the normal configuration, layer 2 bridge mode and other modes are normally used in very rare occasions. Normally it is always a static IP mode. In static IP mode, you will provide the IP address, the subnet mask, the default gateway is not required. Then you will enable HTTPS, ping, SNMP, SSH. This is nothing but if you enable HTTPS here under the management section, you will be able to log into the firewall GUI on HTTPS and take the console. If you enable ping, then you will be able to ping this interface and firewall will respond to the ping queries. Okay. These are basic stuff, and in the advanced page, the link speed. By default, the link speed is normally, it is what? Yeah. So normally, you don't have to change the link speed in SonicWall. It will be in auto discovery mode. Don't change that. It is a best practice. I've seen some vendors, they have to be told manually or specifically that the link speed should be 10 Mbps or 100 Mbps or 1 Gbps or 10 Gbps. In SonicWall, you don't do that. You will do only when the tag support says, engineer says you have to do that, then only it will work. There are certain vendors where inter-compatibility comes into picture. Otherwise, you keep it as simple as that, okay? Yeah. Apart from that, whenever you want to do a bandwidth management, this applies for the ISP interfaces. You have to enable the bandwidth management on this particular interface as well. Otherwise, it will not work. So here you have to give the ISP bandwidth, both ingress and egress. Egress is the outbound or upload speed, ingress is the download speed. And you have to convert them into kbps and to give that value here. Never do the mistake of, let's say ISP says our upload and download speed is 100 Mbps, do not give 200 Mbps or 50 Mbps here. It will not work. So it will create more problems for you. Always keep it whatever ISP provides you, 100 Mbps, 100 Mbps, okay? Interface MTU. This is also one of the, even though it looks very simple, but this is very critical for the optimal performance of your ISP connection. If you change this value, by guessing, then it will create problems like some websites will not load, your download is very slow, sometimes the download will never complete, etc. If you are changing this value, take a concurrence from SonicWall support, right? Optimally, for any normal ISP connection, it will be 1500, and if you are using PPA connection, which is rare, it will be like 1492, because we are adding another 8 bytes for the PPA header. Any questions? Any questions on interface configuration? Are you guys able to follow me? Okay, fine. So moving on to the next configuration. Okay, so I've spoken about the physical interface configuration. There are virtual interface configuration as well as in SonicWall. One of the most common thing you will see is the VPN tunnel configuration. So VPN tunnel configuration is nothing but if you want to create VLAN IDs or VLAN configuration under a physical, you can use this virtual VPN tunnel. Sorry, this is VPN tunnel. The VLAN is here. Okay, so you can provide a VLAN tag here. So make sure that you are not using VLAN 1 or VLAN 0, etc. If you are using any VLAN configuration, try to give VLAN 10 and above, and don't give VLAN 1 or 0, etc. here. Okay? So the physical interface is LAN zone. Under physical interface, there is a VLAN interface. Okay? That VLAN interface can be in any other custom zone as well. You can select a different zone for that. Okay, it is possible. The advantage for you is you will be able to segregate different policies, different features for a different network. Another important configuration is the load balancing and failover. See, even if you are not using load balancing and failover, if you have multiple ISP, enable failover and load balancing. Don't ask me why. Just enable. Okay? Even if you are not using load balancing and failover. So there is a default group in load balancing and failover. Okay, since I'm not able to see the configuration here, let's leave it and move on. Okay. We will deal with this at the end of the session if we have time. Okay. So load balancing and failover in SonicWall we support 3. Round robin, that means equal sessions will be equally distributed. If you have 3, then first session will go through ISP1, second session ISP2, third session ISP3, etc. Then there is ratio based. For example, if you have an 100 Mbps connection, then there is a 10 Mbps connection, and you want to make sure that 80% of your traffic goes through the first ISP, then you can use the ratio. So you can say 80, 10, 10. So 10% of your outbound connection will go through the second ISP, and the remaining 10% will go through the ISP 3. And if ISP 1 get disconnected or ISP 1 is down, the entire traffic will go through ISP 2 and 3. Okay? And finally, there is a spillover. Spillover is where you can define a value that after 3000 kbps or 300 kbps, remaining traffic can go through other ISPs. And in the load balancing configuration, those who have seen, those who have configured, the order in which you selected the ISP connection, ISP interface is also very critical. the order, the first ISP in the list will be the first ISP in terms of failover. That will be the ISP that will be used to route all the traffic. The second ISP will be active only when the first ISP goes down. And first ISP is down, second ISP is down, then only the third ISP will be used to route traffic. If first ISP comes back, then automatically all the traffic will go through, failover through first itself. Okay? So we will move on to DHCP server configuration. Any questions on load balancing that you have faced while configuring, that you have a doubt? Okay, so DHCP server is very important, which will provide IP addresses dynamically to each and every devices in the network. Dynamic host configuration protocol, that is the full form. If you have 10 devices in your network, you can manually configure them. But then if you have hundreds or thousands of devices, you cannot do that manually, right? You have to use some kind of a automation, some kind of a protocol. The DHCP server will help you to do that exactly. So SonicWall Firewall has a DHCP server feature in it. Okay, so you have to enable DHCP v4 server and click on accept. You can keep the default values. Whatever default comes with the SonicWall configuration, you can keep it. So in DHCP leases, there are two types of leases. One is called dynamic, the other is called static. So dynamic means a user's laptop will get different IP address every time it asks for a lease or IP address. Whenever it wants to go to internet, connects to the network, if it doesn't have an IP address, it requests the DHCP server for an IP address. The DHCP server will give whatever is available in its pool. But then in certain scenarios, we have seen that customer wants static IP addresses to be added all the time or to be provided all the time. Why? Because they may not have a user-based rules or anything. There is no user authentication, etc. So they want to know this particular laptop, this belongs to this user, this IP address is this, so that every time you can take reports based on IP addresses. Okay, so if IP address keep on changing, then you will not be able to do that, right? Take a report based on IP address, you cannot do that because IP address keep on changing. In that case, you can use the static DHCP where you will be mapping the MAC address of the laptop to a specific IP address, and every time that laptop comes into network, the request is for an IP address, it will get the same IP addresses. This way you can do IP address based reporting, policies, etc. Any questions? Okay. So normally in a DHCP configuration, you need to provide, in the static DHCP configuration, you need to provide the MAC address, the IP address, the lease time, the default gateway. This will be the gateway, acting as a gateway for the clients, the subnet mask, etc. You need to configure a DNS server. If you have internal DNS server, you can give that as the primary DNS, and an external DNS server. I normally prefer 8.8.8 rather than using an ISP provided DNS servers. Okay. If you do not provide anything here, SonicWall will inherit the DNS server from the WAN interface configuration. When you configure the WAN interface, you need to provide DNS over there. So SonicWall will inherit those DNS servers. Yeah, nothing much in the advanced. So this is a very basic configuration, okay, and this will help you to create policies based on IP addresses. Now there is dynamic DHCP configuration, which is the most common DHCP configuration. Very simple. You can, if you're doing a DHCP dynamic configuration on X0 interface or any other interface, if you select that interface, automatically SonicWall will give you a range. Okay? So you can keep it or else you can modify it. And whatever you have seen here is range, ending of the range, the lease time, default gateway, subnet mask, etc. Then the same DNS configuration here. One thing that normally in a DHCP server you will see is DHCP exclusion, right? That you want to exclude certain IP addresses, right? Here you cannot do that. Exclude, for example, 192.168.1.167. This is my range. But then I want to reserve, discuss now. It will definitely help others as well. So please don't hold yourself.
Please, you can ask him. You can put a question. Anybody?
Okay, I'm skipping some of these things. Anybody have any queries? Anything? Okay. All right. So I'm moving to SD-WAN configuration. Anybody, can explain what is SD-WAN and why it is used?
So,
yeah.
So, like a firewall without physically connecting through this SonicWall.
Feature called zero touch configuration. Okay, and this whatever you said, it is you have already registered, you have enabled zero touch, it understand it has to be configured through zero touch. Then it will go to network security manager, associate itself to network security manager, you don't have to do anything. Then you can push the configuration to the new device without entering into the actual appliance console. This is a typical use case where you have hundreds of devices going to different locations.
Yes, zero touch will, when they want to know, they have a firewall with 6 series and 7. So if they want to upgrade the firewall from 6 to 7, will it work, zero touch?
Yes, it will work.
Yeah. Any doubts on this?
Security services like GAV, Gateway Antivirus, IPS, IDS, application control, spyware, GIP filtering, botnet filtering, etc.
So whatever we have, generation 6 we are using, you can easily upgrade the firewall with zero touch features. What Jihad mean to say? Am I right, Jihad?
The operating system on Gen 7, maybe I have misunderstood your question or read it differently. The operating system of generation 7 cannot be loaded on a generation 6 hardware.
No, I mean the configuration can be
configuration, yes. Configuration can be converted without, you just have to go to migration.sonicwall.com, migrationtool.sonicwall.com, select your configuration file, tell the configuration tool which device you will be migrating to, like NSA 2700 or 3700 or whatever, and it will migrate the configuration for you. Okay. It works fine. I've seen so far it works very well. Many of our customers have converted their generation 6 hardware to generation 7 because of their licenses expiring, they want better performance, etc. It will take care of your task. Okay.
Any questions on this? Anybody? Okay. SD, you can continue.
Okay. So I'm moving on to SD-WAN. SD-WAN I believe is very important for you because you have multiple locations. Are you guys using MPLS or VPN? Normal VPN. Normal VPN you are using. Okay. If you are using normal VPN, if you use SD-WAN as part of your architecture, the advantage here is you probably have multiple ISP connection, right? In that case, you can have multiple VPN tunnels to site A to site B. Right now, if one tunnel goes down, it's a manual process where all the traffic will go through the other one, right? But if you do SD-WAN, both the tunnels will be utilized simultaneously. Both the tunnels, whichever tunnel, if you have 3 tunnels or 4 tunnels, whichever tunnel performance is better at that instance, at that second, that tunnel will be utilized. That means your application performance will increase. You will be tension free because your VPN will be performing at its highest using SD-WAN rather than just a normal tunnel. Okay, so SD-WAN, please understand this. It's very easy to configure. The concept is very simple. It will keep on probing the other end and calculate the distance or the latency, then take a decision. Okay, the tunnel number 1 is latency is 10 millisecond now. Tunnel number 2 latency is only 8 millisecond. So I should route all the traffic. It acts like a traffic police, saying that this is the best tunnel or this is the best route, send the traffic through this. Okay, without SD-WAN, that feature is not working. Whichever tunnel is active, whether its performance is good or bad, firewall keeps sending the traffic through it. Okay. Any question on the concept SD-WAN? Normally SD-WAN is used to replace the costly MPLS connections, because MPLS connections will provide you a private connection, right? A private link. At the same time, performance is always guaranteed. But then a normal VPN, if you use a broadband connection, you never know, it's not private because it's a shared connection, right? The broadband connection is a shared one. But what is the advantage? It is cheap, right? MPLS is very costly, 10x. So organization who wants to reduce the cost on MPLS or want to get rid of MPLS, they use SD-WAN. And SonicWall firewall has SD-WAN, whether it is generation 6 or 7, it is there. And it is a free feature. You don't have to do nothing, basically. You don't have to upgrade the firmware, you don't have to activate any licenses. You simply have to configure it, plan it and configure it. Okay, any questions on SD-WAN? Rajesh. Questions?
No.
So basically we configure this VPN on zone WAN. When we configure the A to B VPN, we will select that zone WAN.
Zone WAN, yes.
So how it will work then SD-WAN for that?
Pardon?
When we configure a VPN for site A to site B, we basically select that internet is zone WAN. Or otherwise what we have configured the zones for internet. Like if I configure zone 1 is my WAN 1 and WAN 2. So there I can select that particular interfaces.
Yes.
So there is having 3 options. As I need to select a zone WAN, or I can select directly that interface.
Interface, yes.
So, but how does it work, that SD-WAN?
So basically, what SD-WAN will do, SD-WAN will create a group. First you create a VPN based on tunnel interface, not the normal policy based VPN. So when you start VPN configuration, you need to select whether it is tunnel interface or site to site, right? You will use tunnel interface. Once you create the tunnel interface VPN, you will create a VPN tunnel in, Hello? Yeah. So when you configure the site-to-site VPN or normally the VPN, the basic one is the site-to-site, right? But then if you're using a VPN as part of the SD-WAN, you have to use the tunnel interface. Okay? So this is the settings that you set, right? Yeah. So you can use the interface. If you're using this VPN tunnel based on ISP1, which is configured on X1, you can select X1. If you have another interface that is X2 configured as the second WAN connection, you can use that. Okay? So the configuration of VPN, etc. will be the same. But then once the VPN is established, VPN tunnel is established, then you will start the SD-WAN configuration. So in SD-WAN configuration, first one is the group, defining the group. A group is multiple links. It can be multiple WAN links or multiple VPN tunnel links. For example, you have two sites, site A and site B. There are two ISP connection on each site. Site A has two ISP connection, site B has two ISP connection. You can create 4 different VPN tunnels, right?
Why do I need to create the 4 different?
You can create 2. But then if you want SD-WAN to work,
yes,
you need more than one connection, right?
How I can configure the same two VPN for my head office from?
You can. I will explain you.
That because that subnet is same now. How can it create that VPN?
No, what I are saying is understood. But then you are not creating a site-to-site. You are creating a tunnel interface. In tunnel interface configuration, if you look, there is no configuration page. See this network page? In normal site-to-site, the network page is there, right?
Yes.
The moment I select tunnel interface, it's gone.
Tunnel interface is basically how it will work. Like what is the difference between the site and tunnel?
So basically, in tunnel interface, the point of encryption starts from point 1 to point B. You can create policies or add networks as you go. For example, today my LAN 1 is 192.168.1.0. If I create a site-to-site, tomorrow if I want to add another LAN interface 192.168.100.0/24, I will have to completely change the VPN configuration, right? I need to reconfigure the site-to-site VPN, correct? But then, if I use a tunnel interface, I can keep on adding in the route policy, the source is 192.168.1.0. I can add the another source, 192.168.100.0. Tomorrow, if I have another interface, another network, another internal network, another VLAN network that need to be part of this site-to-site, that need access to your corporate network, I can keep on adding. I don't have to change anything on the VPN. I simply go to the route policies, select that route, add or delete source or destination. You getting my point? Okay, mic is not working.
Why we require, that is what I am asking, why we require to giving this routing and all these things. So
yeah, so tunnel interface is used in route. SD-WAN basically is a routing functionality.
Can you give me the example that I am not understanding exactly how it is going to work?
It's very simple.
Yes.
You are creating a VPN tunnel based on routing. You are using that routing as part of SD-WAN. So you will have multiple entry and exit points or multiple VPN paths to the destination, and they will be called in a route policy. SD-WAN functionality will only understand, or its only job is to understand, I have 4 paths to the destination, which is the better path at this instance. Use that better path in order to route traffic. So that is the reason why we are using tunnel interface based VPN. That is where the SD-WAN will be able to route packets. It's simply a routing functionality with some monitoring capabilities. We are using VPN to make it secure because MPLS can provide you a private connection. Nobody else can see your data when it's traveling, right? But then you are using a broadband connection, which is shared connection. If you are sending your data, anybody can sniff. So we use VPN that will encrypt it. So it becomes kind of a private to you, right? Nobody else can see it. So you achieve confidentiality which is provided by MPLS. So this is how the SD-WAN feature is helping you to replace the costly MPLS in your network.
Yeah.
Understood?
Yeah, okay. You are telling me that the tunnel interface is for creating that SD-WAN zone, that SD-WAN.
No. See, if you want to...
Do you want to go with that tunnel interfaces?
You have to go with tunnel interface.
If I am creating the VPN for site A to site B, I have to be created with the tunnel interface.
Yes, you have to.
Definitely it will work as a MPLS line, like whatever I am using the broadband.
Yes,
absolutely. So telling me that the correct thing, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to use tunnel interface based VPN. If you are currently using site to site, you cannot use
using the site to site too.
No, it will not work.
So for that I need to create a
tunnel based VPN.
Tunnel based VPN and two VPN tunnels.
Yeah, more than one for sure.
More than one.
For sure.
Why we require more than one? If I am using this one site to site using site to site this VPN tunnel, if it is working with the WAN zone, if I am using with the WAN zone, why I require to use with this? See, my one ISP is working with X1 and two number is working with X2. Okay, it was created the WAN zone. So if I am creating with this VPN tunnel with the WAN zone, why we required to put one more VPN?
So basically the idea is to send data through a better tunnel all the time. See, if I have only one path...
Who will tell you that which one is the best ISP is there?
That is the part of SD-WAN. That is the function of SD-WAN. How we will do, I will explain you. But you need to understand this. If I have only one tunnel, I have only one path to destination.
Yes.
Then I have to stick with that path, right? Whether its performance degradation happens, I have no other way to route the traffic, right? If you have two, if one is down, the other is up. You can always send traffic through the other one. You always have a choice, correct?
Okay.
So two path is a must if you want to do SD-WAN. Okay?
So you are telling me that for getting the performance of the traffic from site A to site B, we need to create a two VPN tunnel through this your SD-WAN like
when I say two VPN path, you must be having two ISP connection.
Yes.
At least at one place.
Yeah, I am having a two ISPs.
Yeah, then you can definitely use the SD-WAN feature in order to improve your VPN traffic performance and uptime. Only thing is you need to change that site to site to tunnel interface and start.
But there is one more option is having failover LB. There I can select the which one is a good one. There I can select that perfect one and I can put one more ISP.
Yes. Very good question. SonicWall has this feature for decades.
Yes.
One of the USP of SonicWall VPN that you can configure two ISP while you configure the site to site VPN. But then when will that second ISP come into picture? Only when first ISP is completely down. Completely down.
Yes, completely down.
What if the performance of the ISP? Normally when you do a ping test, you are getting a latency of 10 millisecond.
Yes.
But then at this instance, you are getting 100 millisecond. Your performance has decreased by 10 times.
Yes.
You have to stick with the same.
Yes,
if it's normal site to site, the SonicWall will keep on sending data to the same tunnel.
Yes.
Only when it is down, it will go to the second ISP. But if you have SD-WAN, the moment you say that the latency is 11 millisecond,
okay,
it will take the hour out. both the tunnels are active at the same time. This is the advantage for you if you do SD-WAN.
But it will create more VPN accounts in firewalls, no? There is having that site-to-site VPN or tunnel VPNs limitations also some firewalls.
There is, but then normally you will not exceed those. You will not exceed those.
Normally, new firewalls which coming in the more than 250 VPN tunnels, I can connect that one.
Yes, because I have never got a question or any customer saying that I want to upgrade because my number of VPN tunnels is exhausted.
For head office required. Normally branch you don't require.
Not required. Branch also, if you have the proper sized, then definitely which device you have at the head office?
Right now we are upgrading that one, so that issue is resolved.
So you keep this as a sizing parameter.
Yes.
Let's say you have 2 ISPs, then you have 100 locations.
I have 3 or 4 ISPs like that. 4 ISPs are there.
So you stick with minimum 2 VPN tunnels per site.
There is having a different speeds ISPs are there.
So if we stick with minimum, we need 2. If you have 3 or 4, better. Then you are giving more option to the SD-WAN feature to route the traffic. But then it will be like if you have 100 sites and minimum 2 VPN tunnels, 100 into 2, 200 site-to-site VPN or VPN tunnel interface need to be at the head office, right?
Right.
So you do this calculation and select a firewall that can support, and you keep a room or 10 to 20% room for future expansion as well.
Okay.
Okay. So that will be the right sizing for you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So going to SD-WAN, the first step is creating a group. In SonicWall, one of the SD-WAN feature-wise USP is you can create multiple group. For example, you can select this SD-WAN not only for connecting between site A and site B. You can connect to the cloud, AWS cloud if you have some resources, even for your normal internet traffic. For example, there is an application that is on the cloud which is very critical for your organization. It is on the cloud, okay? It is on the internet. So you can use SD-WAN for increasing the performance to that application. Not necessarily required to always use SD-WAN only for site A to site B connectivity. This is another use case as well. One second, let me log in back. Okay, let's take this example, okay? I have a cloud application which is critical for my organization, okay? I have multiple ISPs connection. I have 4 ISP connection, let's say. So I am going to use a group which consists of only 2 ISP connection. And this 2 ISP connection, let's say ISP 1 and 2, I have ISP 3 and 4, but I am not using that as a part of this SD-WAN policy. I am using this SD-WAN policy only for this application. So whenever traffic destined for this application hits the firewall, this SD-WAN policy will apply. So with the help of this group, I will be able to create two ISPs as part of this group and apply this group in the SD-WAN policy. So first part is creating the group and calling it whatever you want. Okay, you will be able to select the ISP connections here. Okay, so you click on add, that's it, you created a group. Once you create a group and you have added one ISP connection, then that ISP connection will not be able to be added to another group. So you can use ISP only once in a group. In second group or third group, that particular ISP connection will not even show up. Similar way, when you create tunnel interface, it will also show up. As of now, there is a limitation where you cannot mix ISP physical connection and tunnel interface. But soon you will be able to do that with the latest firmware versions. Okay, maybe in another couple of months or in a quarter, we will have that feature released where you can mix and match ISP connection and VPN tunnel interface. Okay. The second step in configuring the SD-WAN is creating a probe. Why we need a probe? For example, your application xyz.com. Firewall need to probe that xyz.com IP address continuously to understand the current state of that particular path. So sometimes ISPs change the routes, right? According to the BGP routing table, the path to a destination keep on changing. ISPs may switch different paths. At that time, latency of the path increases, decreases, etc. How we will understand this when we do a continuous ping to a specific destination. So in order to ping, you need a probe target, right? So you will give in the probe target xyz.com or whatever the IP address of that particular site. Okay, then you will say the probe succeeds after this many tries, successful tries, etc. So once the probe target is set, then you need to create an SLA class objects. SLA class object is the parameter by which you understand or you make sure that the performance of the, or you define the performance of a link. For example, latency. If latency is 10 millisecond, which is I required, it goes to 12 millisecond, then I can say that particular path is not performing for me. So don't use it to route the traffic. Okay. So here there are some default performance objects. Latency, lowest latency. If I select lowest latency as a performance class object, then if I have two links to that xyz.com, whichever link is having the lowest latency at that instance, it will be used to route the traffic. If I use lowest jitter, what is jitter? Normally when I ping google.com, my latency is 10 millisecond, the round trip time. Sometimes the round trip time goes to 20 millisecond. Then I can say I am having a jitter of 10 millisecond now. That means that rate of change of round trip time, that is jitter. That means at that moment the link is not performing optimally. There is some changes, some routers are not functioning, there is some huge data that is going through the link, there is choke somewhere, etc. That also is a condition where the performance of that link has degraded. The third one is packet loss. So if you are continuously pinging for 1 minute and the packet loss is 0, you can say this particular link is very good, right? But if the packet loss is 1%, 2%, then it is not a good link. There will be certain applications where packet loss cannot be tolerated, right? There will be certain application where latency cannot be tolerated. For example, if you are doing a video conferencing, latency cannot be tolerated. They can tolerate a little bit packet loss but not latency. The moment their latency is high, you will see all kind of issues in the video conferencing. So different application has different sensitivity for different parameters. Accordingly or wisely you choose which parameter is to. If I am using the SD-WAN for that video conferencing xyz.com, then use latency as the parameter to define the performance of a link. Highest latency, don't use that. Lowest latency, always use the link which is lowest latency. Understood? Very simple. Now I am using lowest latency as my performance class object. I have to use this selection profile, path selection profile. So where I will call all these different parameters that I just defined. The group, the SD-WAN group. Okay. Let's say I'm using the name xyz.com or video conferencing or Salesforce or whatever application that you are using, right? Then you will call the SD-WAN group here, which you created initially. You will call that SD-WAN probe target, which you created. For example, I have given the XYZ IP address, xyz.com IP address, or I can create an address object for that xyz.com. Lowest latency is the class object I am calling. So this says that anytime the latency whichever is less, that particular path will be used for routing the traffic. Okay? Then backup interface. This is that group as X1 and X2. Let's say both of them are down. How will the SonicWall route the packet? You have X3 as a connection as well. You have 4 ISP, right? So you can define that third ISP link here, so that it doesn't matter whether that ISP 1 and 2 is down, all the traffic will go through ISP 3. Let's say the latency of both links are more than what you defined. You defined 10 millisecond as the latency. The moment both the links latency goes more than 10 millisecond, it becomes unusable in that SD-WAN path. So the traffic will go through the third or the backup interface. Any questions here? This is just the profile. So similarly, depending upon the application, depending on the kind of traffic, you know, whether it is VoIP, whether it is multimedia, whether it is the normal traffic, etc., you can define a profile and then you can call that profile in a route policy, in a SD-WAN policy. So we will see how an SD-WAN policy is created. So in an SD-WAN policy, you are just defining the source and the destination network. And then call this particular path selection profile that you created. You will define the source and destination. You want the source, your internal network, LAN 1 or LAN 2 or LAN 3 or DMZ or a group of networks. Okay? Your destination is at xyz.com. It can be between two site A and site B. In that case, you will define this destination as the internal network of site B. Okay? Then you select that path here. So once you select the path here, you have created the SD-WAN policy. One more thing, in SonicWall you can do an application based SD-WAN routing. Normally, how will you define a traffic? By saying that it is a TCP 443 or TCP 80, right? Instead, I can say my YouTube application, my Salesforce application, my remote desktop application, my ZenApp application, my VoIP conferencing application. There are different applications, right? In SonicWall there is a feature called application control. In application control we have defined around 1500 applications, 1500 applications. So you can call that applications here and then route the traffic or choose the SD-WAN paths. Instead of saying a service TCP 443 or TCP 8080 or TCP 80, etc. So this is also a very convenient feature to have. Based on application you can route traffic. You can use different paths. Not every traffic need to go through an SD-WAN. Only interesting traffic which is very critical to your organization business, performance, whatever it is. Only choose those applications for the SD-WAN paths. Okay? Any questions?
Here I can block that YouTube traffic also, the same thing. Suppose if I want to block Like I want only phone pay has to be work on my mobile. Like if I am giving access to customer to access my Wi-Fi connection, through that Wi-Fi connection he can access only a phone pay site for paying that my bill. What should I do for that?
You can use application control, see whether phone pay application is there or not, block all the application for that particular zone or policy, and just allow phone pay.
Phone pay, Google Pay, this is available in this Sony Qual?
I need to check that. I need to check that. I don't know which category it will falls under. There are around 60 plus categories, I believe, in application control, Google Pay, Phone Pay, etc. Or else you can do a simple thing. Okay, don't go all this application control and all. What you do is your Wi-Fi segregate it to a different network.
Yes, different.
Just create an access rule where you will define the Google Pay, Phone Pay networks. They will have some networks, right? Like Microsoft has published that they will be using these IP addresses as part of their network, right? So those, you understand what is the network IP addresses that Google Pay uses or Phone Pay uses. Simply
publish that IP?
I am sure if you Google you will find. Only for that, yes, IP addresses. Very simple. You don't have to go application control and all. Simple access policy will work fine. You need to allow HTTP protocol, DNS protocol, then allow this address, that's it. And block everything else.
Can you show me that examples that like I can create these rules for that?
So yeah, that's a good question. Anyway, anybody having any SD-WAN queries?
And one more thing that if I am having a 100 Mbps line, one more is having 300 Mbps line, and one more is having a suppose X line is there. If I want to combine all the ISP's speed in one interface, is it possible?
That's not possible. I think no firewall can do that because of the technology. What we basically do is we will route your connection through different ISPs, but you can never get, let's say you have 200 plus 100 plus 50.
If I am using a 100 Mbps line, 200 Mbps, if I am going to club all the speed, that is not possible.
That is not possible. That's actually
sometimes I require more speed because I am having a number of connections. So if sometime I required all the internet should be can be clubbed in one place, like one interface. Or
your best option is using SD-WAN for increasing the performance, etc. You cannot.
Yeah, that is there. The SD-WAN is there, but that all this speed cannot club.
No, it is not possible. Not only in SonicWall, it's not possible in any firewall.
Visible? You can continue.
Yeah. So you want to see that policy, right? How to create access rules. So we are moving on to the policy section. So first policy in a firewall will be the access rules, right? So how to create an access rules. So these are basically layer 3, layer 4, used in this access rule. So firewall can understand the IP address, firewall can understand the port numbers, etc. There is no layer 7 here. Okay? It's a simple access rules. So content filtering also you can do. Again, it is a layer 7, right? Content filter something and block everything else. You can do that as well. I would say if Google Pay and Phone Pay, if they are publishing their IP addresses, just use the access rule, simple. Okay.
So let's say that a simple access rule, I want to block all the traffic inside my network to the internet. So I need to select my from zone as LAN because that is where my LAN network is. It's under LAN zone. Okay. And it is going to WAN because it is going, my traffic is outbound and outbound to internet, right? So my internet zone is WAN. Click on add rule, give some name, block all outbound traffic except 443 and DNS. And you can select the action, deny, discard. Anybody can explain me what is the difference between deny and discard? Huh. Any other answers? Okay. Any other answers? Okay. So deny means if I am denying, basically deny and discard is block. Okay, it's block. But in deny, what I will do is, if I am denying or blocking a TCP connection, I will send, you are the sender or you are the source. I am the destination firewall. You are requesting for an HTTPS connection. I am denying it. I will send a reset back, TCP reset back to you. Okay. If I chose discard here, I will block the connection, but it will not acknowledge that. I will not send a TCP reset. If you are sending a DNS traffic, which is UDP, I will send you back an ICMP port unreachable to you. If I am using deny, I will send ICMP port unreachable, ICMP type 4 or 511, whatever. If I am using discard, I will not do anything. I will simply sit. Discard is, from a security point of view, discard is better because that person doesn't know that there is a firewall or somebody in between. So you get more security, or you increase the security through anonymity. Okay. All right. So this access role configuration is very simple. You have to choose a source port. Most of the time you don't know the source port, right? When you are going to internet, you don't know what port is there as a source. It's okay, no need. Service is the destination port. So if you are going to HTTPS, then port number is TCP 443. So you need to select that. Sources means whether it is source IP address, source network, whichever is the, you need to define that. For example, if it's your internal LAN, your 192.168.1.0, whatever it is, you need to define it here. Destination, where are you going? Google.com or xyz.com. Or if you are basically blocking any outbound connection, then you can say destination as any. Okay. Then IP version, IPv4, users included, users excluded. So if you have any kind of user authentication mechanism or LDAP or Active Directory, and you want to apply this rule only for a specific group of users or etc., you can choose them. And if you want to exclude them, you can exclude. But before that, you need to integrate the SonicWall firewall with the external directory services, LDAP, Active Directory, Radius. We support all of them. Schedule option is available. So if you want to apply this only on a specific day time, it is possible. You can choose the schedule. So it will only apply in those time period only. Okay. So there are many default time zones and schedules available. If you want to create custom, it's under the device section. Under system, there is a section called schedule. You can go ahead and change there. Priority wise, this is access rules are examined from a top to bottom approach. That means the topmost access rule will have higher priority. So always make sure that your access rule is having the right priority in the list. If the access rule is at the bottom and there is another rule which says allow, then traffic will be allowed. So if you want to make sure that the traffic get blocked, you make sure that the priority of the rule is in place. Okay, that's very important. So what are the other options? Yeah. So next. So pretty much in access rule, pretty much a basic access rule, you can do this configuration and that is pretty much. Okay. Any questions in access rules? Uh, 3:40, right? Yeah. 4 o'clock. Okay. So NAT policy. So see, if you ask me what is the difficult thing to do in firewall, this is the one. Everything else is just checkboxes. If you know how to do it, then fine. But then NAT policy is slightly different. You need to know the traffic flow. You need to walk along with the packet. Then only you will be able to create NAT policy. Once you master NAT policy, then you can do almost all the jugaad here. So basically in SonicWall, there is everything is NAT policy, inbound NAT policy, outbound NAT policy, whereas in general term, you use NAT, then port forwarding, etc. Right? In SonicWall, the general NATing is called as outbound NAT. The port forwarding is called as inbound NAT. So you all know what is a general NAT. General NAT is when you are going outside world, your IP address will change from your internal 192.168.1.0, 1.1 or something to whatever configured on the firewall, right? Whatever provided by the firewall. That is the general NAT. Now inbound NAT or port forwarding is basically when you have a web server, let's take you have a web server inside your network and you want to allow access to that web server, right, from outside. By default, a firewall will block all the connection from outside to inside. SonicWall basically allow all the connections from internal to external. LAN to WAN, all the connections are by default allowed by SonicWall. WAN to LAN, all connections are by default blocked by SonicWall. Okay. So right now what we are going to do is a inbound NAT policy, which is also called as port forwarding. So if you Google port forwarding what it is, you will understand. Okay. So basically the scenario is you have a web server that is working on TCP 80 or TCP 443 and you have to, as an IT administrator, allow that particular access from internet to your internal server. Okay. So you have to be very careful that you only allow TCP 80 and 443, not allow everything else. If you allow everything else, that is kind of having no firewall at all in your network, right? Basically allowing everything. So these are the different sections in the NAT policy. One is called original source. The other one is called translated source. Original destination, translated destination, original service, translated service, inbound interface, outbound interface. Okay. Always whenever you do NAT policy in SonicWall, please keep in mind, as a support engineer, you can, take my word. Make sure that inbound interface is always selected for an inbound NAT policy. Outbound interface is always selected, the right one, always selected for an outbound NAT policy. Very important. Okay. So in our scenario, the source, who is the source? It is any user on the internet. So do we know their IP address? We don't know. But if you know a specific IP address, specific network, say your customer, their public IP address, you can create an address object and select it here. Okay. If you do not know the IP address, for example, I don't know who is going to access my web server, it's a public web server. So I don't know what their IP address will be. So select any. Translated source. Imagine when this user, comes to my firewall and the firewall sends that packet to the server, the web server, will the end user's IP address change? If you look at the TCP IP layer, layer 3, if you open a packet, I don't want to go in depth, but then when you open a packet, there is always a source IP, destination IP, source port, destination port, etc. So imagine when the user access the website, when that packet from the user comes to the firewall, then firewall forwards it to the destination server, which is your internal web server, whether the source IP address change or not. Okay? So if the source IP address does not change, then you can keep it as original. Okay. Destination. So destination will be what IP address? Destination will be the public IP address of your web server, right? Right? Which is because the end user will never know the internal IP address of the web server. They will know only the public IP address of the web server. So that will be your X1 interface IP. What will be the translated destination IP address? Your web server IP address, right? So you need to select that web server IP address here. Now what is original service? So user is coming on TCP 80, right? That is HTTP. So you can select HTTP here. Does this service or port number change when the traffic goes from the firewall to the web server? No, right? So you can say it as original. But there are situations where it might change. Now what is the inbound interface? When the traffic hits the firewall, it is hitting on the X1 WAN connection. So this is basically the configuration of a NAT policy for the normal use case of allowing ports to your internal network. So this is for HTTP. You can do the same for other services as well. So you can do, what you can do is you can create a service object, select UDP or TCP, whatever, enter the port number and select this port number in that column or in that section. Okay. So, okay. So moving on to the last 10 minutes. If you have any questions, we can use this 10 minutes for Q&A. Otherwise, I will continue with some of the security service configuration. Very simple. It's only checkboxes. Only thing is you should know it. That's it. Any questions? Yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, Kranti.
Nothing, sir. Small doubt. As earlier you said, SD-WAN, different interfaces will be created as tunnels. If there are 4 tunnels between the branches, whenever it's shifting from one interface to another interface or another tunnel, is there any latency or requested timeouts?
No request timers. That is the beauty of SD-WAN. If you use without SD-WAN, then if you are switching the tunnels, there will be a request timeout. You will lose data. You will lose the connection.
Yes,
Simple thing. We both are talking. You are at the branch. I am at the head office. we are talking over the VoIP, okay? Suddenly the tunnel changed. What happens? I will lose the connectivity to you. With SD-WAN, we still will be continuing talking without any interruptions, without any degradation, without any one-side, voice or anything. We will not even know that our tunnel has completely changed. This is what SD-WAN can do for you.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Yeah, one more back behind.
If you are using this site A, site B, if I am in head office, okay, in site B, like remote location, if I am using a two internet ISPs, okay, there is have any provision to like one or two ISP if it is not working there. There is have any indications like I can get that mail or my second ISP is not working there.
In SonicWall you have very extensive logging capabilities, okay? So yeah, I think I will spend the next 5 minutes on that only because that is very good question. So SonicWall logging
basically will face problems like if my interface 1 and interface 2, like I'm using two internet connections, so I will not get the intimations or like I'm not getting the my ISP1 or ISP2 is down there. Manually I have to go there and I need to check that every time that ISP1 and ISP2 is working or not.
I got it. So you need to go to that particular firewall at the branch.
Yes. Every time I need to go there, I need to check that my ISP1 is working or ISP2 is working or not. Or otherwise, if I am having this public IPs, through that I can directly connect with that. But if I am not using the public IP, on that cases, I require definitely that my second and one, whatever the WAN addresses are there, it's working perfectly or not.
Okay, got it. So what you need to do is you need to configure the logging in that particular firewall. In order to do the logging configuration, you have to log into that firewall and go to the device section, or it's the general log settings. In log settings, you can see different categories here. We have a 3-layer or 3-level hierarchy. So let's take your example, which is network. Under network,
where it is that option?
It's under device. If it's older firewall generation 6, you will see it under the logging. Under logging, if I select network category, you will see interfaces as the subcategory. Under interfaces, you will see ISP link down, where is that? WAN IP change, WAN not ready. So WAN not ready, WAN IP change, link down, multi-interface link down. So these kind of alerts you will receive if you configure the automation. You need to send the alerts to a specific email address. In order for the firewall to send the email address, you need to provide the mail server settings. Where is that? Mail server settings. Yeah. You need to provide the mail server. So what happens is the moment there is an alert, you will receive an email saying that
basically when I can get the mail that totally connectivity is down or that internet is not working on that. There it is having two cases like I will give you an example.
One second, let me. If both the ISPs are down, you will not get any.
Yeah, that is okay. That is okay. I am not telling you about that two ISPs are down there. I am telling you about that My second ISP is having a problem with PPOP connection, like it is that link, some link is problem is there. But through the local router I am getting this connectivity. Point is getting, sir. Physical connection it is connected there, but I am not getting internet in that port. On that time I can get the mail also?
As long as there is connectivity, any kind of connectivity, it can be not ISP, but then any kind of
Only
connectivity.
the router connectivity is
That's
there,
it.
but internet is not working on that.
See, how to reach your mail server, whether it is through internet or internal, depending
Second
upon,
ISP is working there, no?
then you will definitely get, it doesn't matter whether your mail server is internal or external. You will get the alert. You will get the alert. See, there should be a way to reach that mail server. Firewall will generate the alert, will try to send it to the email server. If email server is not reachable, then definitely you will not get the alert, right?
I am getting that one, but I am telling you that secondary ISPs only the internet is not working there. Physical connectivity. So here you are telling me that setting. Can you do that setting?
I got it. Physical connectivity, everything.
Telling me about the physical connectivity. Your mute interface is linked down. Yeah, that is one. Here it is showing that link is down.
You're asking whether the physical connectivity is up and running, but then there is no logical connectivity.
Yes.
For that, what you can do is, yes, you will get. Why? Because you have to configure the load balancing and failover. In load balancing and failover, let me access another firewall. Let me access another firewall. Good question, because we skipped this part before, right? Let me access another.
One more thing, what is that SS message? I am getting that same message in my new firewalls.
I have no idea, I'm just seeing it. So better open a ticket with SonicWall tag. Okay, so to answer your question, if physical link is available but then logical connectivity is not established, how will you get an alert from SonicWall? Let's imagine that you have two ISP and you have configured the load balancing and failover. This is the load balancing and failover configuration page that we could not retrieve while we were using the other firewall. So here you can see basic failover, and there is something called probing. Okay, so basically what it does is it will probe to this particular destination, responder.global.sonicwall.com. If logical link is not available, then through that ISP firewall will not be able to ping. At that moment, that interface status will change to WAN not ready. The moment you receive that WAN not ready alert, you can understand your logical link is down even though physical link is up.
But most of the time, we will disable this option because sometimes...
Don't do that. Or else you disable that option, no problem. But
why? Because we will face this problem. Mujibu, where is Mujibu? Come here, please. Because Mujibu has told me that we need to disable this one because we are continuously disconnecting the VPNs. After disabling this option, we are continuously receiving the traffic. You know that, Mujibu?
Don't use responder.global.sonicwall.com. Instead, use these two IP addresses and choose the option probe succeeds when both main target and alternate target responds. So you are giving two options for the firewall to probe, and you are using 8.8 and 4.2, which is Google's very reliable DNS servers. I would say responder.global.sonicwall is not reliable. The reason why, not because our server is down, responder.global.sonicwall.com, many times when you use a local DNS servers or local ISP provided DNS servers, that DNS query fails and firewall will not be able to ping to that IP address. But then when you use this option, it is more reliable. Whenever there is a problem at the logical level, the status will change to WAN not ready. You can set as an alert, you will receive an email, and you will be able to identify that one of the WAN link is down. Okay? So sorry, I am putting a hard stop here because I have a flight to catch. Any question?
Let me answer this question, because this probe points sometime from one of the ISP. For this particular client, the probe option was not working from one of the ISP. And this is the right way where we can ping to the global DNS.
This is better.
This is a better option.
Yeah, always use this option.
Yeah,
don't use responder.global.sonicwall.com.
Yeah, because some of the ISP doesn't support that. And due to
It's a
that,
DNS resolution, more of
DNS resolution.
And sometimes, yes, our server is also down. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I will be honest with you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's without wasting much time, it's time for a tea break. So please join us for a tea break.
be seated. My name is Purushottam. I'm one of the directors, Sona Networks, Indian Operations. Now I may call upon Syed Khurshid Ahmed, Chairman, Sona Networks, to come onto the dais, please. Shri R.C. Raju Garu, Executive Director, Varun Motors. Shri K.N.S. Babu, Accounts GM, Varun Motors. Shri Peddaraju Garu, VP Finance, Varun Motors. Shri Uday Bhaskar, GM HR. Mr. Khalil Ahmed, Director, Sona Networks, Gulf Operations. Hello everyone. I request Mr. Syed Khurshid Ahmed to give a memento to Mr. Varun Dev. He is not present. On behalf of Mr. Varun, I think one of you guys accept, let Mr. K.N.S. Babu will accept the memento. Mr. Syed Khurshid Ahmed. I request Syed Khurshid Ahmed to give a memento to Mr. Prabhu Kishore, Chairman of Varun Group. So, Mr. R.C. Raju Garu, he will accept the memento. To Mr. V.R.C. Raju Garu, Mr. Syed Khurshid Ahmed will give a memento to, I'll ask any one of you to accept the memento. Oh, he's here. R.C. Raju. No, because these two people are not present because of schedule, tight schedule. To Mr. Chandrasekhar Garu, Vice President HR, he is not present. I request Mr. Peddaraju Garu to accept the memento. For Mr. Balgopal Garu, I request Mr. Uday Bhaskar Garu to accept the memento. I request Mr. Khalil Ahmed to give a memento to Mr. Shiva HPE. I request Shiva. Mr. Shiva HPE, thank you so much for your presence. For Mr. Prasad, I request Mr. Khalil Ahmed to hand over the memento to cyber security guy, Mr. Prasad Garu. I request Mr. Navneet, I think he's not there. I request Mr. Ajay, RS Brothers, to accept the memento. RS Brothers Retail Private Limited, he is the IT manager. I request Mr. Khalil Ahmed to give a memento. He is the IT manager, RS Group. Mr. I request Mr. Nadeem to take the memento of Mr. Mari Venkat Reddy. I request Syed Khalil Ahmed to give a memento. I request Mr. R.C. Raju Garu to give a moment to Mr. Adel, IT. Mr. Adel. Adel. I request Kantiku to come and dais. I request KNS Babu Garu to give a memento to Mr. Kranti. I request Pedaraju Garu to give a memento to HP Mr. Benny. On behalf of Benny, I think Shiva will accept the. I request Mr. Uday Garu to give a memento to Mr. Pavan, AMD. It was a very nice session, Pavan Garu. Thank you so much. I request Mr. Purushottam to come here. Tejasvi from AMD. It was a nice session. Because of one more session, another this thing, he left. I request Mr. Purushottam to give a memento to Mr. Naveen from Vizag. I request Purushottam to give a memento to Sai Satish Kumar. I request Mr. Gopal Krishna to come on stage. I request Mr. Khurshid Saab to give the memento to him. Yes. Mr. Nadeem. Thank you so much, Mr. Gopal, for your support. request Mr. R.C. Raju Garu to give a memento to Mr. Purushottam. Thank you so much, Purushottam, for supporting us. I request Peddaraju Garu to give a memento to Mr. Khalil Ahmed, to Sona Network Director, for organizing all this thing. Purushottam, can you take over? I request Navneet to come on dais. I request Mr. Raju Garu to give a memento to him. I request Bharat Garu to come. I request Mr. Uday Bhaskar to give a memento. Thank you so much, Mr. Bharat Garu. Thank you so much, and I request Mr. Khalil Garu to take over.
Hello, good afternoon, gentlemen. It's time for give momentum to our chairman, Mr. Khurshid, by Mr. Raju Garu. Yeah, that's what it said. I request Mr. Syed Khurshid Ahmed to give the memento to Mr. Sirwan Babawi. Which session now do you have? 15 minutes. We'll give the certificate. I don't know what we have session now. We'll take a break. Okay, gentlemen. Yeah. Okay, gentlemen. We will just take a 5-minute break. Then we will have another session for the certificate distribution to the participants. Just to, in order to acknowledge your participation. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Good evening to all of you young boys. I appreciate your understandings, and only one guy, I don't remember his name, that blue shirt gentleman who has been asking class questions. That should be the ambition. We should always cross question. Then only we can build ourselves and we can be strong enough in our ambitions. Thank you very much to all of you coming here encouraging us and my team to come forward with you. That's all. Thank you very much once more.
We have a man at the center now. He's the man of the day. Now I would request our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Said Khushi, to give the momentum to Mr. Mujib. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Mujib, the man. That's not enough. He deserves more than that. I'll tell you honestly, he took a lot of energy, and to conduct a seminar workshop like this really deserves a lot of appreciation. So we go for a break for 5 minutes. Yeah, shall we start? We'll start. Now it's time, because you have a deaf patience, listen to us. It's time for us to acknowledge you and reward you also. I would now request our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Syed Khushi, to give the certificate to Mr. Adil. Name is enough, no? Name is enough. I would now call upon Mr. P. Nageshwar Rao. I would now call upon D. Suresh. K. Rufus, please join us. Please, G. Prakash Rao. Sunil Babu. Sunil Babu. Sridhar Gopi. B. Ramana. B. Hemant Kumar. Surya Chandra. VJ V.S. Kumar. A. Rajnikant. Sampat Kumar. Hazi Nadeem Uddin. You have
congratulate you once more because you have been asking so many questions since last 3 hours I have been speaking. You are the only one guy what I have seen asking cross questions. That is very good habit. So all of you should understand what is the meaning of cross questioning. You will be able to understand more and more. Being educationist, what I know from my small knowledge I am telling. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
M. Muhyiddin. Muhyiddin. Belda Pavan. S. Dima. S. Dina. Kranti Kumar. Panindra. No. D. Siddharth. Rajesh Ambala. Shankar. K. Shankar. S. N. Murthy. K. Shankar. B. Prasad. Naveen Kumar. R. Ramesh. A. C. Hanuman. Sai Pani. Venu Gopal. Lakshmi Pati. S. Umakant. Sayyid Muhammad Murtuza. Sayyid Murtuza. B. Nagaraju. Kumara Swami. Mani Deep. A. Sekhar. Kiran Kumar. Kiran Kumar. ये सब लोग खालिद बिन हकी खालिद बिन B. Mahesh. V. Ravikant. मणिदीप के दो है क्या? बी मणिदीप. बी मणिदीप. नहीं अभी है. के पनिंद्रा. खत्म हो गया. खलास. A. Gopala Krishna Raju. think with this we conclude our day-long session, and it's time for us to say thank you to all the sponsors and the people who contributed in conducting this workshop. It's open. Thank you for all, particularly those who come all the way from Vizag, from Kerala, our distinguished speaker also come. Everybody who contributed in this conducting workshop, I must thank you on behalf of the Sona network. And I would request a few words from the chairman also.
Another few words I don't know. I have already told, and you are young, coming up generations, you have to work hard and be challenging, then only we can capture the world. Day by day, everything is increasing. Today you have one program, tomorrow there will be another new program coming in. For the topic you have selected today, fiber wall. So I request all of you, day by day, you have to feel that you are still a student, then only you will be able to achieve the goal. Anyhow, thank you very much for cooperating and attending and coming with us. Thank you once more to all of you, and even my staff. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries on the stage. I thank all of you.
Thank you. I would like to thank Sayyid Khurshid Ahmed, Mr. R.C. Raju Garu, Mr. K.N.S. Babu Garu for joining us, and also Mr. Peta Raju Garu and Uday Bhaskar Garu. Thank you so much for joining us, motivating us, and people who have come all the way from Telangana, Andhra, and 2 days of our journey, spending, learning, what all we have done. I really thank you for everything and for joining us. Thank you so much. And I request Mr. Raju Garu to tell a few words.
This is a good evening, gentlemen and people on the stage. What are the viewers? They ask a brilliant question for me. What kind of a word that I need to utter now? Congratulations everyone for learning for these 2 days. Whatever Mr. Mujib's workshop, from the Mujib's workshop, I think all of you must have learned something which we do not know. But the best part is whatever that we learn, if you can put it into practice, that can yield to the maximum extent of work. A few years, a couple of years back, we had accidentally lost so much of data in one group. So all of us have a panic wall. Suddenly we remember this sonic wall. We wanted to climb on that sonic wall and create some kind of a security wall. Firewalls. We opted Mr. Mujib's experience and his good work. So he helped us a lot in creating security, cyber security for our Varun group. Thank you, sir, for helping us and guiding us. As Varun group, we are so confident now that nobody can intrude or petrol into our data, because the pain that we had those days, it was immense, and I cannot explain, because our total IT team worked very hard, and even our accounts people also, they were in panic because they need to punch all the data again and again. For nearly about 2 years data they punched. That was really a very painful moment. So that is the reason why we opted to go for more security for our data. I think it is very useful, sir. Whatever that we learned in these past 2 days, if we can put it into practice, that intent should not occur once again. That is my request. And thank you, all the participants. Apart from our group, I think some other people are also present over here. I don't know, whoever participated. Suddenly Mr. Mujib called me while I was on my way to Vizag. Sir, you need to come, I presented. I do not know head and tail of this program. Anyway, after me coming over here, I just a little bit understood whatever is going on. But this subject is above 6 feet for me because I do not know much about this. So thank you, sir, for calling me, and congratulations once again to all the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you, R.C. Raju garu. He is the Executive Director of Varun Motors. And I request Pedda Raju garu to tell some few words.
Thank you, sir. Last year, 21 February 10th, black day for one group. We lost almost 6 months of data. Then all our accounts people put their hard work and come back by after working a couple of days. 4 months they working hard, day and night. Now we are stable. Because of that, our chairman take a decision to take whatever possibility to protect our data. In the meanwhile, R.C. Raju garu raised that Muslim and firewalls will buy and data. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pedda Raju garu. He is a VP Finance for Varun Motors. I request KNS Babu garu, మీరు కొంచెం వర్డ్స్ చెప్తే అది మోటివేషన్ లాగా మీ టీంకి అవుతుంది.
ఈ వర్క్షాప్ వచ్చిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరి పార్టిసిపేటర్కి నా శుభాభినందనలు. అంటే దీంట్లో మీరు రెగ్యులర్గా చేసే వర్క్స్లో ఎంతవరకు మనం న్యాయం చేస్తున్నాము, ఎంతవరకు మనం ఇంకా ఏం చేయాలి అనేది తెలుసుకుందామని ఆశిస్తాను అనమాట. ఇంకొంచెం బెటర్గా మనం మన నెట్వర్క్ సెక్యూరిటీ కానీ ఇవన్నీ ఉంటే కనుక ఇంకా బాగుంటుందని కోరిక. సో ఇంకొంచెం డెవలప్ అయ్యి మనకి ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు కనకుండా చూసుకోవటమే మన ధ్యేయం. సో దాని గురించే మనం ఇంత ఖర్చు పెట్టి చేయడం జరిగింది. చైర్మన్ గారు డెసిషన్ తీసుకుని ఎంత ఖర్చు పెట్టారనమాట. సో నాకు సోనా నెట్వర్క్ ఇంతకుముందు మనకి ఒక 8 years బ్యాకే తెలుసు. మనకు టాలీ ఆన్లైన్కి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు 10 years ago. సో ముజీబ్ గారు నాకు చాలా హెల్ప్ఫుల్గా ఉండి ఆ సిస్టమ్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ గురించి కానీ లైవ్లోకి వెళ్ళటం కానీ చేసుకొచ్చారనమాట. సో ఆ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్తో మళ్ళీ వెళ్ళడం జరిగిందనమాట ఈ ఇష్యూలో కూడా, ఈ క్రైసిస్లో కూడా. సో దాన్ని ఆయన కరెక్ట్ పందాలో తీసుకొచ్చారనమాట, రైట్ వేలోకి. సో దానివల్ల ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు దాకా మనకి ఇట్లాగా ఐటీ మీటింగ్స్ కానీ వర్క్షాప్స్ కానీ జరగలేదు. దాన్ని కండక్ట్ చేయమని చెప్పాము, దాని గురించి చేశారనమాట. సో మీ అందరికీ కూడా ఏంటంటే మరొకసారి విన్నపం ఏంటంటే ఇంకా ఏమైనా మిస్ అయినా కూడా దాన్ని కూడా సెట్ చేసుకునే విధంగా ఉంటారని, మీ యొక్క ఇన్పుట్స్ ఇంకా మాకు అందిస్తూ ఇంకా ఏమేమి విధంగా డెవలప్ చేయొచ్చు అనేది కూడా చూడండి, ఆలోచించండి మీ అందరూ కూడా. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Thank you so much, sir. And I request finally VP Mana HR, Mr. Uday Bhaskar garu to tell few words.
Yeah, if you want me to take, I'm ready, sir. So very good evening to one and all. So very happy to see you all here. So it's a great platform for you guys to learn. So I hope you will use all these learnings to create a robust security systems to our Varun group to safeguard entire our systems and the data. So in the current world, it is definitely useful for us to safeguard entire data. So because we are also adapting all the technology and using the technology, it is very much important for us to learn all of the new technology and use of that. So I hope you will do the same. So thanks a lot, Mr. Mujib, to having the beautiful workshop for the last day and as well as third day. So thanks to one and all the very best.
I want to thank Mr. Varun Garu, he is the MD, and Mr. Kishore Garu, Chairman of Varun Group of Companies, and Mr. Chandrasekhar Garu, Mr. Balgopal Garu, and Mr. Prasad Raju Garu from Vizag. Because of some reasons they are not present. This event happened, all we are together because of Mr. Varun Garu, Chandrasekhar Garu, and Prasad Raju Garu. I want to thank them. And finally, whatever you have learned since past 2 days, you just try to, as Bhaskar Garu told, try to implement, try to learn day by day. And I just want to convey this, whatever you learn or whatever you want to share, we are online with you, always. Thank you so much.
I just have a question for our Varun group. How far you guys understood whatever has been told to you? Whatever has been taught to you past 2 days. How was the journey?
It's nice and good. So, it's nice and good. We learned it few new things. How the technology is going.
Is the workshop useful?
Yeah, of course.
Or a time waste for all of you?
No, nothing like that. And it's a very important and it's very useful also.
That's great.
Yeah. How we can configure, how we are, what we have to do, how we have to secure. All the things we learn on this workshop.
Because, as I also noticed, only one gentleman is cross-questioning and rest of the people are keeping quiet. So, is that, what is that I need to understand? Whether you understood everything or you don't have any questions or you know everything?
Might be.
Oh, that's great.
I will answer this question because yesterday they had the training also. They had a session. So most of the things they have understood, and people who are new here, they have kept a few questions on the advanced techniques. Apart from that, now these people, they start implementing those things. Maybe in next session, they will put hard questions to our principal companies. So HP and Sonic World should get ready on those things.
Why? Because this kind of program it is very new to all our Varun group people, and they are facing first time such kind of problems and learning out of it. So I want my people to understand from A to Z. Then only we can protect our data, because our data is so important. We can't afford to lose once again. That is the reason why we are spending fortunes on it, and it has to be protected to the core. That is the reason why I am asking, have you guys understood everything? Can you give me assurance that nothing can be lost? No. So.
సార్ యాక్చువల్ ఏంటంటే ఇంతకుముందు మనకి చాలా లొకేషన్కి ఫైర్ వాల్స్ లేవు సార్ అసలు. ఎప్పుడైతే మనం ముజీబ్ గారితో మనం ఇంటరాక్ట్ అయ్యామో ఆల్మోస్ట్ అన్ని లొకేషన్స్కి అబౌవ్ 15 సిస్టమ్స్ ఉన్న లొకేషన్స్ అన్ని సిస్టమ్స్కి ఫైర్ వాల్స్ పెట్టాం. సో ఫైర్ వాల్స్ ఇన్స్టలేషన్ అయిన తర్వాత మాకు తెలుసు, అంటే ఐ మీన్ నేను కానీ ఇక్కడ క్రాంతి కానీ కొంతమందికి ఇన్స్టలేషన్ ఎలా కాన్ఫిగర్ చేయాలో ఏంటో ఐడియా ఉంది సార్, ఫాలో అవుతాం. కానీ చాలామందికి బ్రాంచెస్లో ఉన్న ఎవరైతే ఇంజనీర్స్ ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు ఎవరికి తెలియదు సార్ అసలు. సో ఈ 2 రోజుల సెషన్లో నేను ఆల్రెడీ హౌ టు కాన్ఫిగర్ ద ఫైర్ వాల్, ఏదైతే మనం బ్రాంచెస్లో ఇన్స్టలేషన్స్ జరిగాయో అదే మోడల్స్ దాని మీదే సారు వర్క్షాప్ పెట్టారు నిన్న. సో చాలామంది ఆల్రెడీ నేను బాగా నేర్చుకున్నాను సార్. ఇది మాత్రం కాన్ఫిడెంట్గా చెప్తాను. అంటే బేసిక్గా కాన్ఫిగర్ చేయడం కూడా రాదు సార్ అసలు బేసిక్గా.
బజాజ్ నుంచి ఉన్నారమ్మా, బజాజ్, నియాన్ మోటార్స్ అండ్ అదర్ గ్రూప్స్, సుజుకి. మీ అందరికీ అర్థమైందా? ఇప్పుడు ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేయగలరా మీ డేటాని? ఇందాక ఎవరన్నారు బజాజ్లో లేదు, ఫైర్ వాల్స్ లేవు అని. ఈజ్ ఇట్ ట్రూ? అందరి దగ్గర ఉన్నాయా? లేదంటే మళ్ళీ తెద్దాం, మళ్ళీ ఏదైనా చేద్దాం.
లేదు సార్, 15 సిస్టమ్స్ కన్నా ఎక్కువ ఉన్న బ్రాంచ్ల్లో ఉన్నాయి సార్. చాలా లొకేషన్లో 3-4 సిస్టమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి.
ఓకే,
లేవు సార్.
సో మీ డేటాని మీరు కరెక్ట్గా ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేసుకోగలరా?
సార్.
నమ్మకం వచ్చిందా ఇప్పుడు? లేకపోతే మీ వాట్ ఎవర్ హార్డ్ వర్క్ దట్ యూ గ్యాస్ ఆర్ పుట్టింగ్, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ విల్ గో డౌన్ ద డ్రైన్ అదర్వైజ్. మొత్తం ఏమి పనికి రాకుండా పోద్ది. తెలియదు అంటే మళ్ళీ మళ్ళీ క్వశ్చన్స్ అడిగితే మన ముజీబ్ గారికి చాలా పేషెన్స్ ఉంది. హీ హెస్ గాట్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ పేషెన్స్ టు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ బికాజ్ ఐ ఇంటరాక్టెడ్ విత్ హిమ్ ఇన్ క్వైట్ అ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఎన్కౌంటర్స్. ఆయన చాలా స్లోగా పాయిజనస్గా ఉంటారు కానీ అట్లాంటి ఆయన కాదు, చాలా బాగా చెప్తారు. ఒకటే ప్రాబ్లం విత్ హిమ్ ఈజ్ వెన్ హీ వాక్స్ ఇన్ టు మై క్యాబిన్, ఐ కెనాట్ సిట్ ఇన్ మై క్యాబిన్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ his strong perfume. I request him, sir, whenever you're coming to my cabin, kindly don't use that kind of a perfume. Use some kind of a mild thing. Anyway, this is at a lighter side, Mujib garu. But ఆయన చాలా పేషెన్స్గా ఏ క్వశ్చన్ అడిగినా చెప్తా ఉంటారు. ఎనీ ప్రాబ్లమ్ కూడా రిజాల్వ్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేస్తారు. కాబట్టి మీరందరూ సైలెంట్గా ఉండకుండా ఎవరికి మ్యూట్ అయిన టీవీ లాగా ఉంటే కుదరదు. యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఆస్క్ దెమ్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు డ్రిల్ హిమ్. దెన్ ఓన్లీ యూ కెన్ లెర్న్, యూ కెన్ బికమ్ ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్. Otherwise it will be a problem for us. After spending so much of money, if you don't make use of the system or whatever firewalls, ఇప్పుడు వేరే వాళ్ళు దాన్ని హ్యాక్ చేసి ఆ గోడలు దూకి లోపలికి వచ్చారంటే మళ్ళీ ఇబ్బంది అయిపోతుంది. అందుకనే మళ్ళీ అడుగుతున్నాను, ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ డౌట్స్ ప్లీజ్ క్లారిఫై విత్ హిమ్ వన్స్ అగైన్, ఆర్ ఇన్ ఫ్యూచర్ ఆల్సో ఏదైనా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వస్తే ప్లీజ్ అప్రోచ్ హిమ్, మేక్ హిజ్ లైఫ్ మిజరబుల్. రైట్?
Definitely, sir.
Nobody's ఎవరేం మాట్లాడలేదు. Why so much of silence? Is there any IAS exam or what? Nothing is going on, no? I'm just asking.
Sir, yesterday we have a group meeting with all our IT team. We really interacted with everyone. That's the main thing yesterday we did. With this one, there is a good interaction with all the teams.
Okay.
And we put our whatever the issues or doubts and whatever our efforts. Yesterday we already clarified some of the doubts. That's why today they are just listening.
అదే క్రాంతి, డౌట్స్ అనేది ఒక రోజులో అవ్వవు. ఫ్యూచర్లో కూడా చాలా వస్తాయి. ఎప్పుడు చూసినా ముజీబ్ గారు నిద్రపోకూడదు అంటున్నాను.
Definitely, sir. We are creating a group and we will join him in that group, sir. And definitely we'll ask questions by questions.
మీరంతా ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ అయ్యే వరకు
yes sir.
ఏం చేయాలి? ముజీబ్ గారిని సతాయించాలా?
We are ready to do this.
Do that, then only you can become expert. You acquire knowledge from him because he has got so much of knowledge, and definitely he is going to impart everything to you, but there will be few which you do not know. దాన్ని మీరు దాన్ని ఆయన నుంచి ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ చేసుకొని ఎట్లా ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేయాలో చూసుకోండి.
Sure, sir.
ఓకేనా? థ్యాంక్ యూ. కానీ ముజీబ్ గారికి చాలా పేషెన్స్ ఉంది. ఆయన ఎప్పుడు ఏం అడిగినా చక్కగా చెప్తారు. యాజ్ హీ రైట్లీ కరెక్టెడ్ శ్రీనివాస్ బాబు, హీఈస్ వర్కింగ్ విత్ us ఫ్రమ్ ది పాస్ట్ 10 years. శ్రీనివాస్ బాబు గల్తీసే 8 years అని చెప్పాడు. ఆయన కోపం వచ్చింది, నేను 10 years నుంచి పనిచేస్తే మీరు 8 years అంటారు ఏంటి అని. దట్ ఈస్ అ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ enthusiasm that he has got. థ్యాంక్ యూ ముజీబ్ గారు once again for your I am confident that you are with us like a wall, like a Rahul Dravid. Thank you.
సోదరులారా, చెప్తున్నానంటే స్టేజ్ ఫియర్ అనేది ఒకటి ఉంటుంది. మీ అందరిలో మోర్ దెన్ 50%కు స్టేజ్ ఫియర్ ఉంది. అది మెల్లగా పోతుంది, దానికి ఏం భయపడేది లేదు. చేసుకుంటా నడుచుకుంటా పోతేనే వీ విల్ రీచ్ అవర్ గోల్. భయపడద్దు. ఓ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇస్తాను. ఎవరు నా పేరు అడిగారు, నా పేరు అడిగితే నేను నీకెందుకు అని చెప్పేశాను. అట్లనే కాన్ఫిడెన్స్గా, అబద్ధం చెప్పినా కాన్ఫిడెన్స్గా చెప్పండి. ఇదే చెప్పకండి, కానీ నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే ఒక కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ తీసుకురావాలి మనం. దట్ ఈస్ నాట్ మై వర్డ్స్. యాక్చువల్లీ ఏమంటే డేర్గా ఉండాలి, మనం చెప్పేది ఏముందో కరెక్ట్గా చెప్తున్నాం. ఇఫ్ దాని తర్వాత ఒకటి అపాలజీ కూడా చేసుకోవాలి. సార్, ఇఫ్ ఎనీథింగ్ రాంగ్ ప్లీజ్ ఫర్గివ్ మీ, ప్లీజ్ ఎక్స్క్యూజ్ మీ. భయపడవద్దు. అట్లా మాట్లాడుకుంటూ ఉంటానే డేర్నెస్ వస్తుంది. 3, 4, 5 మాట్లాడారు, మిగతా వాళ్ళు కూర్చొని ఉన్నారు. అంటే ఏమనుకుంటారు సార్, అరే వీళ్ళకి అర్థం కాలేదంటారు. రైట్, ఐ అగ్రీ. ఫస్ట్ టైంలో ఎవరికి అర్థం కాదు, మెల్లగా టైం పడుతుంది. ఈజ్ దేర్ ఆన్లైన్ విత్ యూ, మీతో పాటు ఉన్నాడు, ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాడు, లేకపోతే ఆయన సబార్డినేట్స్ని పంపిస్తాడు, ఏమైనా చేస్తాడు. కానీ స్లో అండ్ స్టడీ విన్స్ ద రేస్. కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ తెచ్చుకోండి, ఎంతూజియాజంతో, ఇష్టంతో. లేదు 8 గంటలకు వచ్చాము 4 గంటలకు పోవాలని ఆలోచనలు పెట్టుకోవద్దు. ఆలోచనలు పెట్టుకుంటే మీరు మెట్లు ఎక్కలేరు. ఆ మెట్లు ఎక్కి డాబా మీద కూర్చోవాలంటే అది ఉండాలి మీకు, ఆ ఎంతూజియాజం ఉండాలి, అది ఉండాలి, ఇష్టం ఉండాలి. విన్నారా? దట్స్ ఆల్ ఐ వాంట్ టు టెల్ యూ. బికాస్ ఒక సంస్థ నడిపిస్తున్నాను కాబట్టి, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సంస్థ మాది ఉంది, ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజీలు ఉన్నాయి, బిఎడ్ కాలేజీలు ఉన్నాయి. కాబట్టి యూ పీపుల్ యాజ్ మై స్టూడెంట్స్, ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ అడ్వైజింగ్ యూ. ఇట్ ఈస్ అప్ టు యూ వెదర్ టు ఫాలో ఆర్ నాట్. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ మై డియర్.
సార్ చెప్పింది విన్నారు కదా, టెన్షన్ లేనేకైనా దేనేకాయ అంటున్నారు ఆయన. సమझाనా? టెన్షన్ పడద్దు, టెన్షన్ పెట్టాలి అంటున్నారు తెలుగులో. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఓకే సార్.
Mr. Navneet will conclude it. Mr. Navneet will have 15-minute session for you guys. You can join us after 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. We'll have a photo session, sir. All the guys, Varun Motor Group and RS Group. Mr. Purushottam. Mr. Purushottam. Mr. Purushottam is taking care of our operation from back end. You don't see him generally. HP guys, can you join me? HP AMD, Sonic Wall, Great Solutions, Mr. Kalyan, join us, Rehan, Mr. Wahid, Mr. Kalyan, Wahid, Kalim, all Sona network team. Mr. Aman and Sarfaraz, Mr. Aman and Sarfaraz, Mr. Abbas. Thank you so much. HP and AMD, thank you so much. Shiva Garu. Thank you, Pawan Garu. You will catch up. RS team, one photograph please. One photograph. Ajay Garu. One photograph. Special moment. We don't get you. He is a special person today. Ajay Garu. Raghu Garu. Mr. Mohideen and Mr. Nadeem. Mr. Murtuza, RSXX, Mr. Pawan, right and left. Thank you, Ajay Garu, for joining us. And Varun team, please join us. We'll have a photograph together, all of us, everyone, all the guys. Yeah, we need to adjust. Yeah. Okay. I, Varun T. Rajesh Garu, Navneet, Ravi, Rajnikant, Naveen. I request Mr. Khalil Ahmed. I request Mr. Khalil Ahmed to join. Mr. Purushottam, please. Adil Garu. Is Kranti there? You have to make a big noise. Yeah. ఏం చెప్పారు?
Sir.
Wait.
Wait, sir. Mic. Wait, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Varun team. Thank you so much. We'll have a 10-15 minute session. Only IT team, huh? Varun. No, this is not fair. Huh? Without me, Varun IT team is not complete. Otherwise, I'll hack the firewall. What do you say? No, if you don't allow me as IT team, I'll hack all your firewalls. Sure. Of course. Be ready. రవి గారు ముందు ఉండి. Ravi, head office. सर्टिफिकेट है और वो बैग है. भाई Varun IT team, just give 15 minutes to Mr. Navneet from Sonic Wall, 5 minutes to Mr. Cyber Grid, along with Navneet partner Mr. Cyber Grid, Nagaraja Garu.
Varun Dev, Mr. Adil, Mr. Adil, here. ये थैली में दे. Khalil, Mr. Naveen. This is good calling for me. ఇది ఇక్కడ ఉంటుంది. వరుణ్ దేవ్ సార్ ఇక్కడ ఉంటుంది. ఈ క్యాబిన్లో పెట్టింది. ఇది ఏమంటారు చైర్మన్ సార్ మీరు తీసుకున్నారు. ఆ రూమ్లో పెట్టాలి. శ్రీనివాస్ బాబు మీరు తీసుకున్నారా అన్ని? బాలగోపాల్ సార్, ప్రసాద్ రాజు భరత్ వెంకట్ గారు, బాలకృష్ణ గారు, సాయి గారు, కళ్యాణ్ ఫోటో. భరత్ వెంకట్ గారు,
I just want everyone, Varun team, I just want to introduce Mr. Ravani. He is the area sales manager for Telangana and Andhra. And he takes care of Sonic Wall. And I request Mr. Nagraj Garu. He is also from Sonic Wall, now running his own company, Cyber Trade, ex-employee, ex-expert of Sonic Wall. So for a 5-minute session, can you just give me 5 minutes? Mr. Navneet want to talk to you.
Good evening, all. I know how painful it is. Somebody is giving you 2 days is doing just a workshop with 2 people. So I will not take much of time. I will not bore you also, that's the reason. The moment Mujib said, first let's run the project first and we run the project first so that we don't get into the sales days, we don't get into the presentation. Only one thing which I would like to tell you is the hackers have to be right in their approach only once. But as a defender, you have to be right every time to protect ourselves. That's the theme of security which we look at. Because the hacker, they'll keep making multiple attempts. They have to be right in their account only once to break the account. Right? Break into the network. But as a protector, as a defender, we have to be right every time. Because we never know what kind of attacks come. And a lot of things have been changing in the cybersecurity world. We do a lot of things we are using SonyQual product. So my suggestion to you is, there's something called as mysonyqual.com where you can go and try and download a lot of things. Even on the SonyQual website, we give a lot of documents free. Like, so for example, SonyQual releases yearly 2 cyber threat reports, once in February and once in June. This cyber threat report will give last 6 months of data, globally whatever we have collected. We do some analysis, what kind of attacks are happening, what kind of policies we should write. The document is published free of cost to all the people, not only SonyQual customers. So please download the document, go through it, it will be 8 to 10 pages. Whenever you are free, you can read it. Then it will help you to understand how to do a better configuration of the firewall so that there will be a more hardening of the firewall operating system. So that is more important. And one more important point which I would like to tell you is, the inside threats are more dangerous than the outside threats. That is something which is emerging. So since you are all the network security protectors, please try to start formulating strategy how to protect the inside threats, which can help you in those kind of solutions, if not now in the future. Please have that in your roadmap of how to protect yourself from inside threats rather than outside threats. Outside threats, there's a firewall which is going to protect, but there are also inside threats. Somebody will put a pen drive into the system without your knowledge. Somebody will take office laptop and access something which is not supposed to be accessed. They access at home and some malware sits into the network, and you come back and plug that network, laptop into the malware network, and malware starts spreading. So it's hardly like anything, we can't do anything about it. So these are the small measures which if you can take as IT team, a lot of things can be curtailed. Right? And we are always there, Mujib and Nagaraj have been instrumental for SonyQual to penetrate into this group of companies. So we will continue to look for their support, and please do reach out to us in case of any support if you need. Maybe Nagaraj can have one.
Just to add up to Navneet, SonyQual is offering, online training session to customer as well. All you need is that, you need to create my SonyQual account. Individually, you can create, and there is a portal called my SonyQual, learning in the school, right? So you just go there. So you have online training sessions and followed by certifications. So our request is to, we are there to support you anyway. But hackers are more smarter than us. If, for example, if you are bridging one loophole, they will come up with another loophole. Okay, we feel that we are secure, but there is a loophole that someone will enter into your data and they will compromise it. So as a network security background, we are efficient to block certain things. So as I said, learning is a process, continuous process. To provide more intelligence on the latest threat, like we said, like a cyber threat report which we are publishing, you go through it, and you can understand what kind of new threats are coming into the your network or something. And all this data captured by SonyQual only. SonyQual is having a millions of sensors across the globe, which maybe your one of firewall will be a threat indicator to SonyQual data. So they will capture, they will be publishing yearly, twice. So go through it so that you will be having more understanding about new threats. So that you will be going and learning certain certifications or trainings from SonyQual University, so that you will be up to date. So as a reseller, we suggest customer don't depend on a service provider. You should be at a level that you learn from service provider, but implement in your network. So you may feel that you have hundreds of locations. It's a completely distributed environment. Everyone will be hitting and talking to the HO firewall or HO services, right? If one location screw up, then gone. All it's a complete distributed environment. One path will choke, then all path will be choked. So I request all respective IT managers be aware on the latest threat, and anytime Mujib sir will be there for you back, and we are there. Any help, always you reach out to us. And apart from firewalls, there are multiple products which SonyQual is also offering. to provide, remote access security and server level, security. Now we have Wi-Fi 6, access point we are coming up with access, new showrooms. Even access point can act as a small router where you can avoid, firewall as well. So there are a lot of, products, we have, but still. This is from myself, sir. So anyway, anytime you can reach out to sir, or we are always there for you, sir. Right? Thank you. And thank you so much for your support from last 2 days. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
Since 2 days we are talking about hacker. Who's the first hacker? I think Mr. Rajesh should tell us. We are talking about hacking, and everyone is afraid of hackers. Not Rajesh, about hackers. Anybody knows that the first hacking, when it has happened? Who is the first hacker? The journey started in 1979. Mr. Kevin is the first hacker, and he has been sentenced for 5 years for his first hacking. And the second hacking he did, and he was till 2000, he was sentenced in US. And after 2000, now he's a corporate consultant to all major companies. And he's running his own company by name No Before. KNO B4. B4, number 4. So he's running his own company. So we should not be afraid. We can be a consultant to any of the company. So Rajesh will be the consultant. So thank you so much bearing with us for 2 days. It was a good journey. And I thank Mr. Adi Garu, Naveen, Kranti and all the team members. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I thank the Sona network team, everybody, Mr. Abbas, Mr. Wahid, Mr. Kareem, and everyone, Mr. Irfan. Thank you so much, Mr. Kalyan also. Thank you so much for supporting us. And thank you so much, Mr. Kaligaru. So he's the man behind this journey. Thank you so much, Kaligaru. Just give me a big hand of applause. Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for supporting all the way, because we are ending, so I thought I'll take your name last.
Thank you so much.
Sir, excuse me, sorry quality, as you are here. I'm Rajesh, I already knew you, Mr. Navneet Garu. I have spoken earlier. Sir, as you said, we have branches where only small units, 1 or 2 systems. So is any product not firewall high-end? We want to use smaller devices, like VPN, small networks. Because now we are using only a router and without any security. We request any type of device that can protect.
See, now I'll tell you, sir, we have a software-based solution which we are calling as SASE. Okay, maybe if the users are more than 10, 15, definitely you require a firewall where you terminate, ISP and that, and you will be giving the security you can access to your show office, right? Similarly, if you have a lesser user, 1 user, 2 users, 3 users, up to 10 users, let's assume, okay. So where you don't want to keep the firewall, we have a SASE solution. You have to buy some licensing. So it will be like a perimeter level security you will be getting without having a physical software based. So client will be installed on each and every machine. So it will be talking to cloud firewall without having any perimeter firewall.
What has been happening is people are moving out
hybrid work culture.
Applications are moving on to the cloud. People are not coming to our network at all, and we are putting a firewall here. So people are directly accessing it. So there is a risk vulnerability. So same policies whatever you apply here, you can apply on SASE solution.
So even it will be blocked at all side outs and all?
It is like a dedicated firewall.
So user based.
User based. Yes.
It will be based on
license will be according to
user number of area based on it count. Like here now, though we say 30 user firewall, sometimes people use 50 people also use the same firewall. There you can't do that. It has to be specifically based on the count.
It's like an
So if we take 10 users, we can install 3 users in one location, 3 users in we can split 3 different locations.
I'll tell you, size is basically the way it works is it's basically a virtual network of SonicWall on the internet. So internet is already there. On that we build a secured layered network on that. So what I do, as a customer, you connect to my nearest point. My nearest NOC. I have about 200 NOCs across the globe. So you can dial into my nearest NOC. Once you come onto my network, you're secure. Then you do the transaction based on my network. So the same policy will be enforced. So since it is my network, the SonicWall network will always sync with firewalls which you have and collect the policies from it. That's right.
So the similar security you will be getting. So if you have a physical firewall, like let's say 465 you are 3
It's going to be client based.
Yes. How you are buying antivirus, right, on a client base. Similarly, this is also on a client base. So it will be useful like in a distributed environment where you don't want to keep a dedicated firewall for every.
What are the cost?
We'll work it out.
Based on the comps.
Difficult to say, sir, because it's based on the distance and the number of users. It's always.
Assume 100 users.
No, we cannot give the table off the table. But yes, we can work it out and come back. But definitely it will not be in line with whatever the physical firewalls are there because we are going to use the network and run the network. It's called as SaaS is a new framework which is now people are talking about. Called as Secure Access Services Edge.
But if you compare with any global players, sir, we are lower. If you compare with Zscaler or any other vendor, so SonicWall is cheaper.
The two things you will find very common for next 2 years is one is SaaS, Secure Access Services. There is a need, business is driving the need for this particular requirement. Because people are moving out of network and they are accessing applications on the cloud. So there is no security, we do not know. We are putting firewall in the premises. But the person is accessing application from home. So there is no firewall in between at all. So how are we going to protect them and how are we going to control them? So multiple solutions are there. There are also smaller solutions.
Sir, you said it is software based. If antivirus is there, is there any conflict between these two?
No.
Both
So it will be acting as a perimeter layer security only. But you don't have any dedicated firewall at your office. Maybe if you are at home, if you are at office, the security remains same.
I think the simplest way of defining antivirus is a cough syrup. You know that there is a cough and you drink the cough syrup and assume that it's going to exist. So over-the-counter cough syrup is what antivirus is.
Okay. So actually
it does not.
It is not an antibiotic.
It is not the word itself, antivirus itself, is saying that you are acknowledging that there is a virus and I have an antidote to that. But that is not the way hackers are working. How many signatures you can generate? Antivirus basically works on signatures. Tons and tons of signatures. And every time you generate more number of signatures, the more amount of time on the scanning of the packet at the endpoint. So the world has moved from antivirus to advanced endpoint, and we call it EDR and XDR. Endpoint detection. Again, EDR also will not solve your antivirus problem. It only shows you the trend, the way attacks are happening.
Thank you.
देखो बैक साइड वहाँ पे खत्म हो गया
भैया सर एक मिनट
Please create an environment to see you again.
Sir.
For a wonderful job. All of you contributed very well to make this event a very successful.
अपन पूरे ट्रेनिंग है ना बस भाई इरफान एक भाई ये आ जा देख नहीं बोले
भाग गए बच क्या हुआ
बच गए
Wait, sir. Wait, sir. Wait.
Okay, please.
आप जाओ बोले